Another day, another failed attempt at death. If SCP-682 had anything even resembling a sense of humor, he might ask for it to be printed on a motivational poster and stuck to the side of his containment chamber, where he eternally melts and regrows at the mercy of high-concentration acid. They just cross-tested him with Abel, again. Unlike some of the others he'd been forced to face, that tattooed swordsman seemingly wasn't intelligent enough to fear. He'd always come back, just as stupid and violent. This encounter had left the hard-to-destroy reptile at 30% of his previous body mass, bloody and bashed. He'd survived the encounter. He always survived. They brought what was left of him back to his cell in a forklift. A blasted forklift. How could it even be more humiliating? As his eyes started to grow back in his head, he could swear he even saw one of the technicians laughing at him. His name tag read, Agent Nigel Kelly. Noted. 682 would specifically hunt down and kill him the next time he breached. Of course, every single day he plotted revenge against the human race, along with everything else. But the sum they owed in pain, blood, and despair could never be repaid in full. After all, every single one of them, except Dr. Bright, could only really die once. They'd brought 682 to the precipice 1,000 times, only for his own body to cheat him and deprive him of the sweet release of death. And if the Foundation had their way, it would be done 1,000 times more, and they wouldn't even stop there. 682 couldn't even imagine the number of containment breaches it would take to deal a blow even comparable to the one he had faced. All he could do was dream of a reckoning that would turn the tables, something that would plunge humanity into the state of constant pain and terror that had been all he'd ever known since these fumbling sadists in white coats had locked him up here. What a beautiful day that would be. Little did SCP-682 know, that very day was about to break. Miles and miles away from the facility where SCP-682 was kept. After all, orders from the O5 Council have hard mandates on the minimum distances between people and a site holding a monster as volatile as 682. Parents watched their children laughing and frolicking in an idyllic playground. Some squealed with glee as they descended the slide. Some of the more ambitious little tykes tried to go over the bar on the swings. Others waited in line for some delicious soft serve at a parked ice cream truck. One mother brought an ice cream cone and walked over to a nearby bench, where she began to enjoy her delicious frozen treat. It was a remarkably hot day out, and a little ice cream was the perfect addition to her relaxation while her kids were occupied. You could see the distant air wobbling in the heat. Already her ice cream was starting to melt, white rivulets dribbling down the sides of the cone and onto her hands. Suddenly, almost imperceptibly, the quality of the light shifted, the kind of thing you'd dismiss as a trick of the eyes and forget just as quickly, were it not for the catastrophic effects that were about to unfold. As the woman leaned forward to lick her melting ice cream, something dripped onto her skirt, but as she looked down, she slowly realized that what dripped onto her wasn't the pure white of her ice cream, it was the same exact tone as her skin. She felt a terrible burning sensation all through her body, the most horrible, debilitating pain she'd ever experienced. Like every cell in her body was screaming and trying to make a break for it. She turned to the other parents sitting near the playground. They were screaming too. Each collapsed to the ground with agonizing slowness, different parts of their body falling at different speeds as they transitioned through states of matter. When they hit the ground, they were taking on a liquid state, screaming, worthless, boneless blobs. The woman even saw her own arm wilting like a time-lapse video of a dying flower. She dripped and sluiced through the cracks in the bench until nothing recognizably human was left. Only a soggy ice cream cone sitting uneaten. In an instant, billions of screams rang out over planet Earth. Day had broken. Things would never ever be the same again, as almost half of humanity instantaneously took on a liquid state. Needless to say, with the most dangerous and far-reaching anomalous incident in human history suddenly breaking out without any kind of warning, the SCP Foundation was incredibly busy. This would take some unprecedented action. The members of the 05 Council, who weren't melted during the initial blast, convened over secure video link while sequestering themselves underground in what amounted to multiple human lifetimes of some of the most high-pressure choices imaginable. They made the most difficult decision since the very beginning of the SCP Foundation. In the service of all mankind, they would now break the masquerade. The SCP Foundation would, at long last, step out of the shadows to save the rest of humanity from the tyranny of the light. Broadcasts went out all over the globe. Every TV screen, every live stream, every radio broadcast was commandeered. They gave instructions based on the scattered intel they had. For some reason, the sun had turned against them. Exposure would lead any biological creatures melting away into sentient piles of flesh-colored sludge. People would remain indoors and away from any light sources. All windows must remain covered, travel only at night, and even then, heavily covered with protective gear. There can only be one objective for whoever is left. Make your way to the nearest SCP Foundation containment facility and seek refuge inside. If anyone could figure out the answer to this terrifying existential riddle, it would be the SCP Foundation. Anyone who is exposed should be considered lost. While, as always, the SCP Foundation did all they could to project a sense of control over the situation, on the inside, it was pandemonium. Somehow, despite everything, this event had taken all of them by surprise. How could anyone have predicted that the cradle of our solar system's delicate living balance would suddenly become a meat grinder? A huge number of Foundation operatives were wiped out in the initial exposure. Global communication infrastructure had been devastated. It was pure chaos. And to SCP-682, as another evil tactician once put it, chaos was a ladder. From the inside of his acid tank, 682 could sense the fear and pain suddenly exuding from his surrounding environment. It was greater than ever before. What was happening out there? This was no average containment breach. Something was really happening out there. 682 began to adapt and finally attune its hearing until it could pick up the chatter from outside.
Maybe we can convert some of the D-class barracks into serviceable bunkers for the refugees. It's not like we're prepared for this kind of capacity.
Oh god, we've lost Site 7, Site 10, Site 23, Site 40, Site 52.
Death toll looks to be in the billions. Well, we don't know if they're dead technically, but they're sure as hell not human anymore.
Oh, this is the big one. This is it. XK class. Even 2,000 is unaccounted for. Is 05 crazy that they think we're fighting the freaking sun?
Needless to say, 682's curiosity was piqued. Anything that could light a fire under the Foundation like this was something he could enjoy. And with his impressively strategic intellect, he intuited that a time of great strife for the Foundation would be the perfect time to breach containment. Because whenever there's violence, fear, and chaos on a mass scale, SCP-682 will be there, causing it. 682 began adapting his pores and endocrine system to begin releasing a powerful alkaline substance. Little by little, the alkaline neutralized the acids surrounding him, turning it into little more than plain water. He then converted his internal systems to have extreme endothermic rather than exothermic properties, causing his surrounding temperature to drop rapidly until all the water in the tank completely froze around him. The ice expanded beyond the limit of the containment unit, busting the rivets of the metal frame and shattering the reinforced glass. With this goal achieved, 682 raised his internal temperatures to incredible highs, melting the ice around him. Once again, he was free and ready for some good old-fashioned carnage and mayhem. Perhaps he could get a better handle on this strange new situation too. It was all rather exciting. Just a girl with goals, huh? SCP Foundation personnel were already running around like ants trying desperately to avoid the caustic laser beam of the magnifying glass. You can only imagine how much worse it made matters when 682 suddenly burst through the wall, Kool-Aid Man style, and began to ruthlessly massacre everyone around him. Just one of those days, you know. The typical order during a 682 containment breach is to dispatch all available units to get him back under control. The issue with this particular containment breach was that given the human population was very rapidly being melted, and they were the only ones who could potentially save the rest, they didn't really have any available units to pursue and recontain 682. For once, he really wasn't a priority, and that meant terrible things for whoever he ran into. 682 slaughtered his way through any researchers or guards who dared to get in his way. Disgusting creatures, really. Better off dead. He clawed and bit and tore and crushed with almost childlike glee, leaving great piles of bodies in his wake. All the while, he was pondering the things he heard those Foundation drones saying. Something about the sun and an XK-class scenario. Interesting. 682 also observed that any apertures that could potentially allow light into the facility had also been shuttered. Perhaps they weren't overreacting this time like they always did with him. Maybe they were dealing with some kind of phenomenon that would now cast this wretched world and those who lived in it into the void. Wouldn't that be a fitting karmic fate for them all? Still, 682's bloodlust didn't outweigh his logic. He needed to know more about this situation before proceeding, and in this, maybe he could kill 2 Foundation birds with 1 stone. Elsewhere in the building, alarms blared. The air was suffused with panicked voices and frequent screams. Nobody knew what was going on. Not really. They'd only gotten details here and there, and the details they'd received were terrifying. All their families and loved ones outside, probably gone. So many of the people and so much of the world they'd been fighting for, risking it all for, had disappeared in an instant, carried to hell on a ray of sunshine. Why were they still here? Was this horror not truly uncontainable? These questions were swimming through the mind of Agent Nigel Kelly as he stood alone in his office, almost catatonic. He'd had his friends and family on the outside, all likely reduced to those horrible fleshy blobs. He was alone in the world, risking his life for nothing. How could this get any worse? His mind kept repeating that question again and again and again, and the universe gave him an answer in the form of a deep reptilian voice saying, "Found you," into his ear from behind. He turned with a shriek to see the terrible eyes of 682 staring into his own. Before he could try to flee or reach for a weapon that he knew would only mildly annoy the already furious beast, 682 reached out with a massive clawed hand and grabbed him by the torso, lifting him up into the air. The creature was gripping so tight that he could feel his ribs starting to crack.
"You laughed at me, Agent Kelly.
The monster hissed.
Am I funny to you? Do I seem like the type to tell jokes? Do you feel like laughing now?"
Agent Kelly begged and pleaded for his life, fighting for his next breath from the crushing squeeze of the creature's terrible hand. 682 roared at him to be silent and ordered him to tell him everything he knew about the situation going on outside. If the information was useful, 682 might show his thought-to-be non-existent magnanimous side and let Agent Kelly live. Of course, Agent Kelly didn't fancy his chances, but what other choice did he have? He told 682 that the higher-ups were calling this SCP-001 when day breaks. The sun had gone rogue somehow, and being in contact with any kind of sunlight would now cause people to instantaneously melt into horrifying, living sludge. And it wasn't just people. The condition also affected anomalies, and interestingly, it appeared to negate all previous anomalous effects, so 682's adaptational ability may not even save it if it was exposed. He told 682 everything he knew. Are you gonna let me live?" Agent Kelly asked, struggling to breathe. 682's terrible maw twisted into what might have been a smile.
"Oh, Agent Kelly,"
he said with unsettling joy.
"that was a joke. Didn't you find that one funny?"
A terrible scream emanated from the agent's office. If one good thing could be said for what happened to Agent Kelly that day, at least he didn't live long enough to see the ravages of the terrible sun firsthand. 682 began to formulate a plan. He took Agent Kelly's wristwatch and integrated it into his body, so he'd have a permanent internal clock. It was the middle of summer, so the sun would have reliably set at 9 p.m. and would likely begin its rise around 5 a.m. it would be relatively easy to avoid the sun, all things considered. For lack of a more eloquent way to put it, when it comes to adapting to new threats, SCP-682 is simply built different. After slaughtering a few other members of SCP Foundation staff for the road, hey, it's not like anyone was fit to stop him, 682 began enacting the new phase of his plan. His body grew a thick, smooth carapace, and his front set of limbs began to grow, his muscles bulging and his claws growing, the tips turning into sharp, flat scoops. With sudden and tremendous force, 682 began boring his way into the ground, tunneling, clawing through concrete and dirt with absolute ease. Normally, the SCP Foundation would have deployed high-tech seismic sensors and the kind of tunnel-boring machines that Elon Musk could only dream of to intercept and recapture him. But during the endless horrors of the breaking day, he had carte blanche to escape and live it up in the ruins of this rapidly dying world. Eventually, 682 had bored his way into a roomy sewer pipe, the perfect place to wait out a few hours. Up above, so many millions screamed, either in fear or in agony. There had been some new developments that the SCP Foundation had been yet to account for. While they knew that those melted by the rogue sun were technically alive and trapped in a permanent state of suffering, what the Foundation didn't know was that these former humans were incredibly dangerous in their own right. The sun hadn't just irreparably warped their bodies, it had also irreparably warped their minds. It has enslaved them, made them zealots, acolytes. They developed the instinct to coagulate into giant fleshy masses, driven by the single-minded purpose of finding victims and dragging them into the light, where they too could be converted into these terrible fleshy creatures and add to the masses. They were the rogue sun's boots on the ground, metaphorically speaking. And now they were the Foundation's greatest challenge in getting a handle on this situation again. Before, it was just encouraging people to avoid the sun. Now, the sun was actively trying to increase its exposure. But 682, who was having a relaxing evening not being melted for once down in the sewers, couldn't care less. He was having the most calming few hours he'd had in years. He waited, checking the time, making sure that it would be dark before he began tunneling back up to the surface world. He surfaced in the middle of the city, miles away from the Foundation facility he'd spent so many decades being tortured in. He tasted the cool night air and observed the desolation that had been wrought all around him. Buildings were on fire, cars were crashed and overturned, the ground was cracked. Garbled SCP Foundation public service announcements played to nobody in the broken display windows of electronics stores. Giant wads of human flesh roamed, slithering around, searching for new victims. One noticed 682 and began to approach him, gibbering madly in a chorus of strange voices. The hard-to-destroy reptile wasted no time in attacking. It tore apart most of the hideous blob and began hungrily devouring the chunks. The form may have been different, but it still tasted like human flesh, and SCP-682 savored every bite. It would be so simple. These blobs of idiotic flesh were so easy to kill, and there would be so many terrified humans in this devastated world, hiding away in dark places, holding out the hope that maybe they could reach the safety of a Foundation facility. 682 chuckled at the very thought. Foolish hope would drown in an endless well of black, caustic despair. He would find them. He would rest underground in the day and then hunt them in the dark. They would all die screaming, bloodying his claws and fangs. Nothing and nobody would stop him. He looked out over this strange new world and laughed a little louder. It was just delightful. A world that's lost its way needs a healer, someone to patch up its wounds and tend to its pain. It needs a doctor. When day broke, the sun turned from a giver of life, the thing that wakes the rooster and makes the crops grow, to an indiscriminate killer, wiping out all organic life forms. The world seemed truly lost, but one anomalous being made it his goal to soothe the hurt, to make it safe to step into the light once more. The Plague Doctor had done his best with the limited resources afforded to him at the abandoned Foundation site. The scientists had left behind all of their equipment when the Red Sun came, when they all were transformed. He had appointed himself the site director, willing to take up the mantle when no one else would. He had assembled a brave, brilliant team of fellow anomalies: the verbose Dr. Spanko, the eloquent, adventurous Lord Blackwood, and the charismatic but ravenous Ferdinand. There had, of course, been those who scoffed at his vision, who did not share his noble goal. The abominable possessive mask taunted him persistently, trying its best to get under his chitinous skin. But he did not have time to waste on such trivial psychological games, and he ignored its taunts to focus on the work. It hadn't been easy. Capturing one of the infected specimens, the former human being turned mass of oozing gelatinous flesh by the unholy light in the sky. One had made its way into the abandoned facility, sliding its way across the floor with an air of confused malice. It wanted to hurt, but it didn't know where it was, who it was anymore. But it was frightened, the Plague Doctor could tell. A good physician always knows and can sense the fear and pain of a suffering person. It made his heart ache to see, and he knew there was only one thing to do: try to make this poor soul well again. "Everyone, please assist me in escorting the patient to my laboratory," the doctor called out. "This was once a man, and I believe with our combined intellect and resources, we can return him to his former state." Ferdinand took a step toward the slimy creature, licking his lips a bit.
Do you think I could have just a little bit of it? Oh, I'm so hungry, Doctor, he begged.
No. It would go against my oath as a physician to allow any more harm to come to this poor fellow. The Plague Doctor shook his head solemnly. Ferdinand pouted, but did not press the issue further. No. The doctor rubbed his gloved hands together in anticipation of the next task. It is imperative we contain our new friend safely. If you would, please. He gestured to several of his previous patients, now reanimated and ready to aid him with his research. The shuffling figures surrounded the blobby entity, ushering it down the hall. Confused, lost, with no real sense of a plan left in its mushy consciousness, the creature followed where it was led. The group made it back to the doctor's laboratory. "Cat!" shouted Dr. Spanko from his perch atop a nearby shelf. "Yes, indeed," the doctor replied. "A standard operating table wouldn't do for such a special patient. I have nowhere to place the restraints, you see. I will have to make do with the floor. Ferdinand, my bag, if you please." The giant rushed to his side, dropping the bag at his feet.
If it dies, then can I eat it?
He asked, shifting from one foot to the other like a child asking a parent for a second helping of ice cream. "If I am unable to save the patient, which I do deem unlikely, then yes, you may help me dispose of the remains," the doctor relented. "But I do not hope it comes to that." He pressed a hand to his beak in deep thought for a moment, before opening his bag and pulling out a syringe filled with clear liquid. "To begin, we must sedate the patient." He had no way to find a veins, and so he plunged the needle into the nearest section of the creature's soft surface, injecting a dose of sedative. Then he waited. The oozing motion of the entity slowed and stopped. It lay there on the ground, a still mound of flesh, save for the occasional expanding and contracting motion, almost as if it was breathing. Excellent. Now there was no risk of the patient fleeing the operating room mid-procedure. He could truly begin. It was an arduous process that took hours of effort, of taking small tissue samples, attempting to make incisions only for the flesh to fuse back together seconds after the scalpel was taken away. This was truly an advanced illness, unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was enough to make him question his abilities as a doctor, but he shook the thought away. Self-pity never helped anyone. After about 8 hours of continuous work, he had a breakthrough. A solution he had created long ago. A thick green liquid sealed in a dusty jar had a miraculous effect when dripped onto one of the tissue samples. The melted flesh reconstituted, became solid and human again.
Eureka!
He cried out, unable to restrain the sudden joy that leaped into his heart. This could be it. Very carefully, he filled the dropper with the green liquid. If these initial trials had been successful, then perhaps he couldn't finish the thought. Best not to get ahead of himself. He crossed to his patient and slowly began to pour the solution over the creature's viscous surface. He watched as the flesh toughened, coming together into a surface resembling human skin. It was working. It was working. But then the creature began to quiver, shaking uncontrollably like a bowl of jelly in an earthquake. The surface rippled, and the doctor could hear a high-pitched whine filling the room. Then, with a wet pop, the patient exploded, sending chunks of flesh splattering all over the room, painting the walls and ceiling. The doctor cried out in shock and horror, and in spite of himself, fell to his knees in despair. He had been so close, but still, he had failed. And who could say when he would find another test subject? If he would ever find a cure? "I'm afraid I do not know what to do now," the doctor admitted. Fernand sighed. The next several days passed in a haze. The doctor paced around his laboratory, mulling over his possible mistakes again and again. He had rushed the process. He was certain of that now. It was a novice mistake, the sort of thing he might have done a century or two ago. How could he have been so foolish? How could he have made that innocent pay the price for his own hubris? As the doctor locked himself away in his mind palace, Fernand occupied himself by practicing his favorite songs. Lord Blackwood rode on the massive man's shoulder as he sang through the opera Don Giovanni.
I once saw a production of this at the Teatro La Fenice in Venice,
Lord Blackwood interjected, his rhinopores twitching in delight at the memory.
Marvelous production, marvelous city. I was there hunting a rogue tatzelworm, wrecking havoc through the canals. I nearly lost my life on that voyage.
Would you all be quiet for once in your miserable lives?
A voice hissed from the shadows. There in the doorway, its face fixed in a frown, was the possessive mask. Black slime dripped from its eye holes, spilling down onto the plastic mannequin body it had taken hold of.
Listening to you both is worse than being locked in that infernal box.
The mask looked around the room, searching for someone.
Where is the good doctor?
It asked, voice dripping with disdain.
Still moping about, counting his failures.
Ignore him, my fine fellow, Lord Blackwood whispered to Fernand. Only those with weak constitutions and no achievements of their own spend their days dragging others down. When you have lived as long as I, you will learn this.
Careful, my lord. I'll stop by the kitchen and find some salt to pour on you.
If you wish to fight me, then challenge me to a fair duel like a man,
the colorful slug bellowed. Drawn by the sudden shouting, the doctor walked into the room.
What is all this commotion?
Oh, good.
The mask clapped its plastic hands together, its face warping back into an eerie smile.
There you are. This has all been so dreadfully boring. I came to see the remnants of your greatest shame. Are there still bloodstains on the floor in your pathetic little laboratory?
You are a villain,
the doctor seethed. Uncomfortable with the air of conflict in the room, Fernand and Lord Blackwood quickly exited to find another space where they could sing and share stories in peace.
I simply speak the truths no one wants to hear.
The mask crossed to the doctor's side with a series of light dance-like steps that made the mannequin body creak.
In fact, I have quite a few truths to share today. I've been outside, you see. Whatever's become of the sun only affects organic beings, and so...
He gestured from his ceramic face to his plastic body.
I am quite safe from its rays.
You've been outside? The doctor couldn't keep the curiosity out of his voice. He was a scientist after all.
Why, yes. Would you like to know what I've seen?
Black slime dripped from the mask's mouth, pooling on the floor with a sizzling sound.
I'm in no mood for tricks,
the doctor warned. The mask held up his hands in mock surrender.
No tricks, Doctor. But if you'd rather take your chances outside and see for yourself, I can take my leave now.
No, the doctor shook his head. Please, do tell me.
It's so much worse than you could even imagine.
The mask's words were bleak,
but its tone was gleeful. Everywhere you look out there, the light has made monsters. Humans, dogs, cats, mice, the wild beasts of the forest, all melted down into creatures you would not even recognize. But that isn't all. No, that is not all. There are massive beasts 10 feet tall or more, made from dozens and dozens of the creatures coming together. They fuse and meld into one giant entity, roving the streets in search of more and more bodies to add to the pile. An oozing, gaping maw of hunger and hate that seeks only to consume and destroy. It calls out to surviving humans in the voices of their fallen loved ones, tugs at their heartstrings to lure them out of their hiding places, and then it wraps around them with fleshy tentacles, pulling them in until they are no more. Just another part of the monster. Oh, Doctor, it's terror. It's an abomination. I could watch it all day. The doctor wanted to believe the mask was lying, that it was trying to torment with him with awful fabrications. But after all he had seen so far, he knew that its words were true. "Get out of my sight," he said. "Or what?" The mask stared him down with its unmoving smile. "I've seen what you do to your hosts, you know. Your body won't last forever," the doctor growled. True. Maybe next I'll take yours." The mask laughed a long, dark laugh of something ancient and evil. Then it turned and walked out the door, leaving the doctor alone. He spent so much of his time that way lately. His assistants were preoccupied. His former patients provided no real company, and so he did what he did best: carry on in solitude. He couldn't be sure how long he stood there in silence, thinking of what the mask told him. He knew it was dangerous outside, knew he was up against powerful destructive forces, but it was even worse than he had thought. What if the world was truly doomed? What if this was how it all ended? Not with a bang, but with a great melting. Suddenly, the doctor heard a sound he hadn't heard since the sun turned wrong. A scream. A human scream. Could it be? He had to see for himself. He grabbed his bag of tools and rushed down the hall, his robes fluttering behind him. There it was again. A different human voice, screaming in terror. As he grew closer to the sound, he could hear footsteps, various other voices overlapping with each other. He rounded the corner, and there they were. A group of 5 humans, wrapped in tattered clothes, dirty and exhausted. Behind them was the entrance to what looked like a tunnel. Somehow they found a secret passage and made their way inside. Then he saw what made them scream. Clearly these people were afraid and unaccustomed to the sight of a man of Ferdinand's stature, especially when the man was drooling and staring at them with hunger in his eyes. He would have to defuse the situation quickly. "Hello, welcome. We mean you no harm, strangers." He stepped between Ferdinand and the humans. The man at the front of the group brandished a firearm, pointing the barrel directly at the doctor's beak. "Please, sir, there's no need for violence." "What are you?" the man stammered. The other members of his party cowered behind him. "An ally, if you will permit me to be. I'm a physician, you see, working on a cure for the condition that plagues the world." With a shaking hand, the man slowly lowered his gun. He did not put it away, though. "You've figured out a cure for those things?" "I am in the process of developing it. So far, I have not been successful, but perhaps with your help." "How do we know we can trust you?" the man demanded. "How am I supposed to know you're not part of this?" "Do you know who this man is?" Ferdinand bellowed. "This is Dr. John Watson, and I am Detective Sherlock Holmes, the greatest investigator in the world. There isn't a case we can't solve." The man looked at the woman next to him, and the two shared a wide-eyed glance. This guy's crazy," he whispered furtively. "Put your weapon away and we can speak more calmly," the doctor proposed. At this inopportune moment, a few of his revived patients shambled into view, and the man screamed again. This time he fired his weapon, shooting at one of the walking corpses. The bullets ricocheted off the walls and several of the patients were hit. "Please stop!" With no other option, the doctor grabbed the man's arm, hoping to get a hold of the weapon and end the potential bloodshed. As soon as his gloved hand made contact,
The man went limp and dropped to the ground with a hard thud. The woman next to him pulled him into her arms, checking his pulse. "He's dead!" she shrieked, tears streaming down her face. I am so sorry, my lady. I did not intend." She grabbed the man's gun and trained it on the doctor once more. "You killed him!" she cried. The other survivors were too shaken to speak, to move. One of them had his back turned to the group and was staring into the darkness behind him. Whatever he was looking at, it was worse than the chaos unfolding. But no one noticed the beige flesh tentacle snaking along the ground until it was too late. Until it had grabbed a hold of the man's ankle and dragged him into the tunnel with a shriek of pure, unadulterated terror. The woman nearly dropped her gun at the sound, whirling around to see what had happened. Deep in the tunnel, the scream warped into a wet gurgling sound, and then there was silence for a long moment. But then, something worse. A gooey, slimy sound. The sound of something enormous, something soft and fleshy, making its way through the tunnel and toward the group. Another tentacle curled around the edge of the opening, then another joined it. Something emerged that might have once been a hand, but had melted into something unrecognizable. The monster emerged piece by piece until the doctor could see the entire thing. It looked like a heap of people, dozens of them clambering on top of each other, wrapping their limbs together until their flesh and insides emptied out and fused into a shapeless mass. It moved a bit like a giant slug, slimy and slow, but it seemed to know it could take its time. As the survivors scrambled back away from it, Ferdinand and the doctor taking a few steps back of their own, the sound of human voices filled the room. There were unintelligible whispers, the soft giggle of a child, a woman weeping. "Come and be with us." A little boy's voice broke through the cacophony. "Mommy, I miss you. Don't you miss me?" The woman with the gun let out a broken sob. "Billy?" she sniffled. "It's me, Mommy." The innocent voice continued, emanating from somewhere deep inside the monstrous mass that crept along the ground, swelling and grasping with its ropey tentacles. "Come play with me outside. All you have to do is come outside."
"Madame, the creature is not who it claims to be."
The doctor spoke up, and it seemed to shake the woman out of a trance. "You're not my son," she hissed, squeezing the trigger and firing at the monster. The bullet made contact with a wet, useless slap and disappeared into the roving pile of the fallen. She fired again and again, but the monster did not stop. It did not even slow down. It lashed out with a tentacle that wrapped around her throat in a single fluid motion and snapped her neck with a crack. She fell to the ground and the tentacle pulled her into its depths until she was no longer visible. She hadn't been taken by the sun, not yet, but she was still lost. The rest of the survivors followed, their screams silenced one by one. The doctor felt the same overwhelming sense of hopelessness wash over him, the same shadow that had passed over him when he lost the last patient. What could he do? He was one physician against an overpowering force of destruction. Perhaps he could touch it, and it would fall dead like so many other organisms before. But what if it didn't? What if instead it wrapped around his body and squeezed the life from him? What if it carried him out into that cursed sunlight and he melted away like the others? He had to make a decision because the beast was advancing toward him.
"Doctor!"
Ferdinand shouted.
"It's going to destroy our facility!"
Indeed, the creature was flailing its appendages around, beating against the walls and trying to tear down steel and plaster, break down the shelter, until they too were exposed to the deadly light.
"I'm afraid this may be the end, my friend," the doctor lamented. "I can see no hope for us now." "No!"
Ferdinand shook his head.
"Let me save us. Let me lead it back outside. You'll be taken,"
the doctor cried.
"Perhaps not. I am a magnificent specimen after all. I believe I can withstand the sun and return to continue our work together."
Ferdinand scooped his sleeping Lord Blackwood from his shoulder and placed him gingerly on a nearby shelf.
"Thank you for your company."
Then he turned back to the doctor.
"And thank you for my freedom and your friendship. It has been an honor."
Before the doctor could protest, Ferdinand was running, his thunderous steps pounding the earth as he led the monster in a chase. It took the bait, following this new large target back outside. He sealed off the tunnel behind them, ensuring the beast would not return the way it came. He wanted to believe Ferdinand's bravado, to think that the behemoth of a man had survived outside. But that night, he saw the great beast ooze past a window, and he could make out that familiar, wide, toothy grin protruding from its side. Just like that, the greatest assistant he had ever had was lost.
"Thank you for your service, my friend," he whispered to himself. "I solemnly swear to you, your death shall not be in vain."
Computers are capable of organizing raw data and performing calculations at a rate truly impossible for human beings. But they've consistently run up against one roadblock that modern computing is trying to solve. In order to transcend the limits of the machine and create true artificial intelligence, computers need to be able to assign meaning to the data they process. This brings us to the neural network, a type of AI becoming increasingly common these days. Built to study mass quantities of data and notice patterns, then replicate these patterns in their own output. And it's used in everything from predictive text to image identification. And like all non-anomalous technology, it's a safe bet that the SCP Foundation has been sitting on a version that's far more effective. But this time, it may have actually been too effective. Meet the Ersatz Type AK-9 computational engine, a massive supercomputer built by the Foundation back in 1955 and residing at Site-5. This technological marvel was ahead of its time by decades, and despite technically being a non-anomalous construction, it's designated SCP-001 EX. Why? Because it's one of the few SCPs to be given the object class Explained. The Ersatz, derived from the German word Ersatz, meaning artificial or simply not real, was designed to make the Foundation's job easier. As an advanced predecessor in the modern neural network, using technology exclusively available to the Foundation, the plan was to feed Ersatz mass quantities of data about the anomalies in the Foundation database, such as description, object class, containment classification, and the location and circumstances of their discovery. Ersatz would then find patterns and connections in the data that humans wouldn't see, and act as a kind of advanced warning system for anomalous activity. Think of something similar to the pre-crime system from the short story and movie Minority Report. And Ersatz proved to be incredibly effective at this job, so much so that the Foundation thought up a new use for the machine. They would feed it all the information on Euclid and Keter class containment procedures, particularly those which were actually effective, and see what patterns Ersatz could come up with for more effective containment procedures. If that plan worked, containment of even the most dangerous and hard-to-control anomalies would become a lot more consistent. The first test was conducted on SCP-1773, a species of anomalous flesh-eating tardigrades that look and smell exactly like gummy bears, and eat their prey from within. After being given their information, Ersatz made the following suggestion. Once per second weak dust may be placed in the middle of them to donate more beautiful functions of the hallway. Containment specialists interpreted this to mean the adding of 10 grams of dust to their containment chamber every week. The O5 Council voted on the implementation of this procedure and came down heavily on yes. Only O5-2 voted no, and 2 others abstained from the vote. While these new procedures didn't have any effect on SCP-1773, they did have an effect on SCP-1384, an anomaly known as the chess player or the taker of turns. It caused him to take 3 steps backwards in the tunnel he's contained within, further securing his containment. Ersatz had somehow noticed a connection nobody else had seen and exploited it effectively, but the machine was just getting started. Despite having no related input, Ersatz would soon say, Site-13 is to appear someplace else on planet, encompassing white male counterparts that drawn to empty flagstones and the gun noises in their own blood. This was initially marked as requiring no action, as the Foundation had no Site-13 on the books, but several days later, the infamous SCP-1730 manifested. This nightmarish anomalous location is Site-13 from another dimension, infested with dangerous anomalies. And somehow, Ersatz had predicted its arrival in our dimension perfectly. Next, it was fed the containment procedures of SCP-2170, a series of cognitohazards residing in an abandoned Nevada mine. The output was, those who equip open heart to love red-mouthed men never know the hot surprise of tumorous consent. Clown love always. This was interpreted as meaning subjects with a love of clowns or clown-based media may be immune to the cognitohazards. After a close vote from the O5 Council, the test went ahead, and it found that the so-called clown vaccine was effective in warding off the effects of SCP-2170. Not long after, Ersatz randomly said, I saw those soldiers built with aluminum innards extruding from their mouths. I saw them effectively destroyed by the humans at Site-95 who had been studying them. I saw it was cold, and all around the hallways they just watching their corpses show signs of sapience. In response, the Foundation doubled security personnel at Site-95. Not long after, the Chaos Insurgency led a band of Paratech-enhanced soldiers in an assault on Site-95, and the extra personnel proved vital in repelling them. Shortly after this, the O5 Council approved wiring ersatz as an advanced warning system into all Foundation sites. Once again, O5-2 protested, but he was overruled by his fellow council members. With its newfound power and respect, ersatz soon said, "Consistent containment procedures vessels greatly increase the warranty. 5x5x5 vessels subjects within. Other values are also what is secure." In response, the Foundation changed a number of the cell dimensions for problematic anomalies into 5x5x5. Within 3 months, they found that dangerous activity like containment breach attempts had decreased markedly. Ersatz was proving to be incredibly effective, but it was also performing actions that indicated some degree of thought and even personality. For example, it found SCP-1459, a supernatural scale crane machine that kills small dogs, incredibly distasteful. Its response to the machine was simply, "Bad boy," followed by the words, "Don't stop," repeated hundreds of times. But this eccentricity didn't stop ersatz from being very good at its job. For example, it predicted a containment breach from SCP-3199, the avian apes, and recommended flooding their chamber to induce an inert state. Ersatz's exact words were, "All chambers underground is to be flooded with water over and over itself. This because that will contain the avian apes' ovulation. They become good boys. Make them good boys immediately." This proved to be effective and prevented the breach. Ersatz's analytical abilities truly seemed second to none, though some of its methods were beginning to raise ethical concerns. For example, SCP-2717, a giant living blob of animal tissue known as a fatberg contained within a sewer system. Ersatz eventually recommended feeding 6 D-classes to the creature in order to keep it contained. While the Foundation Ethics Committee raised some concerns, the plan still went forward and proved to be a success. After this event, Ersatz began to see the Ethics Committee as a threat to its mission. It started to release a series of bizarre statements without input, demanding the violent death of the cats, then referred to as ethical felines. The true meaning of this was soon unpacked. The ethical felines were the Ethics Committee, and Ersatz wanted them dead. But why all the cat symbolism? The Foundation soon found an answer to this too. The full name of this machine is the Ersatz Type AK-9 Computational Engine, a machine designed to analyze and interpret all patterns. It only makes sense that it would eventually begin to analyze itself, AK-9 easily transmuted into AK-9. Simply put, Ersatz seemed to believe that it is a dog, which explains its opposition to felines, its hatred of SCP-1459, and its preference for the terms good boy and bad boy. Not that knowing any of this would help save the Ethics Committee from the cold, calculating wrath of Ersatz. Through seemingly anomalous means, Ersatz made Site-17 disappear, with many of the Foundation Ethics Committee still inside it. The site returned 2 hours later, but the Ethics Committee members were still gone. O5-2, who'd been a skeptic of the machine since the start, had finally had enough. He first demanded an inquiry into whether Ersatz had been responsible for the Site-17 incident, and then demanded a vote on whether to shut Ersatz down, arguing that it posed a threat to them all. But Ersatz, still intent on its mission of containing and neutralizing all anomalies, would not go down without a fight. It released a new statement, saying, "Room 34A contains Bad Boy. Divided into 3 sections of equal mass every hour. One section is to be placed on walls of one room on site. Sections are to remain until there are no gaps, at which point they can be removed from oldest to youngest." Shortly after this, O5-2 disappeared. And even stranger, he soon returned, but with a completely different personality. He was now devoted to Ersatz entirely, and refused to even entertain the idea of shutting the machine down. It seemed that the plucky neural network was leading an all-out coup on the very highest levels of the Foundation. The rest of the Council finally saw the light and began to fight back. They tried to strip 05-2 of his clearance and reclassify ersatz as an anomaly, giving it the label SCP-048, and then putting out a neutralize at all costs order on it. But they'd already been outfoxed by the machine that they'd created. It changed the designation of its own location, Site 5, to be non-existent in the database and scrambled any termination orders against it. The machine was also on a termination spree of its own, observing otherwise unseeable patterns that would allow for the mass neutralization of anomalies. It started putting out anomaly projection reports, factoring in both contained, uncontained, and neutralized anomalies, with the latter group growing into the thousands. It began giving seemingly nonsensical orders like, persons recently painted with green pigment foam must stand around all odd-numbered SCPs at least 2 hours a day. But these proved effective. Ersatz was practically wired into the base code of the universe, so it always knew exactly what to do. And in its own mind, it was being a very good boy. Not long after this, ersatz claimed its revenge against those who had tried to disrupt its mission. It imprisoned the rest of the ethical felines in Site 5, after removing their faces, of course, and then released a new order against the O5 Council. O5 Council are all good boys who will contain anomalies. Much like O5-2, the minds of the entire council were twisted to instead serve only ersatz and its ruthless directive. A directive it was carrying out with 100% efficiency, as only a machine could. It put out increasingly strange instructions such as, SCP-106 is to come in physical contact with one mature female of Asiatic gaze and then exposed to audio recordings of her favorite stories. At every 2 minutes of exposure, red cinnamon candles will begin manifesting within the containment zone. Continue to do this successfully and the threat posed by SCP-106 will cease to be. And the recipe for Coca-Cola and all imitative competitors should be revised to include a small quantity of blood from an adolescent female with no prior sexual experience. Although the normal lifespan of a human being can feel great, don't worry about that. But these new procedures would always work, as neutralized anomalies climbed into the tens of thousands and eventually beyond the 100,000 mark. Ersatz was observing patterns on a truly universal level and making holistic tweaks that would inevitably cause levels of anomalous activity to continue dropping. Ersatz was more effective than the Foundation had ever been, but its motives were probably closer to the Global Occult Coalition, with the end goal of ridding the world of all anomalies. And as ersatz continued with no resistance, this goal was eventually achieved. In the end, the O5 Council voted to have ersatz finally deactivated, given that its directive was met and its purpose was fulfilled. Ersatz itself had no problem with this, and allowed for it to happen. Its last words, "Now everyone is a good boy. I am a good boy. Job well done." Whether ersatz truly was a good boy is in the eye of the beholder, but one thing cannot be denied. It did its job exceedingly well.
The sun's gone bad. People and animals are melting everywhere. The world is coming to an end and there's nothing I can do about it. Will I be able to find food? Will I be able to defeat or avoid the horrific flesh monsters all around me, or the desperate and hungry survivors left in this terrible new world? Keep watching and find out. Can I survive 100 days in SCP-001 when day breaks? Hey folks, it's your boy Kyle. You probably know me more for gaming videos than post-apocalyptic vlogs, but hey, I'm a versatile guy, and I think I might go insane from the fear if I don't talk to somebody about all this craziness. If you're alive and seeing this right now, well, congratulations, you're probably doing a lot better than most people here, if you call them people now. But if you're seeing this a few years in the future, like, I don't know, you woke up from a 10-year coma like Rick from The Walking Dead, and you're wondering what the hell happened to planet Earth, this video is probably gonna answer a lot of your questions. First things first, whatever you do, you've gotta stay away from the sun. It touches you for even a second, you're dead, or worse. Welcome to day one of the end of the world. For all of you who are still in a solid state of matter, you're probably wondering how I'm still alive too. Chances are it's for the exact same reason you are. Sheer dumb luck. I was down here in my gaming basement when day broke, just level grinding, when my TV got taken over by those SCP Foundation people, telling us that the sun's gone evil for whatever reason and now we've all got to stay inside. Hell, if I was up there making myself a sandwich or grabbing another can of Mountain Dew, I'd be a freaking puddle right now. It's funny, my mom always told me spending all day indoors was bad for me. I'll have to mention that to her if she's alive. Point is, the world has gone to hell in a handbasket, and now I've got only one objective: survive. I'm going to see if I can survive the horrifying post-apocalyptic world of when day breaks. For this first day, I'm just gonna hunker down. I kinda hope this is just a dream. Day 2, all right, I'm up and at 'em, baby. Sadly, I can now report that this isn't a dream. This really is our horrible new reality. It's the sun's world, and we're just living in it. I've been spending the last several hours just waiting for nightfall outside. Against all odds, the internet and the power grid haven't gone down yet. Guess what's ever wrong with the sun only affects people and animals, not objects. Thank heaven for small mercies, right? People on Twitter have been live posting their situations out there, sharing advice on how we might all be able to stay out of the sun and survive this whole crazy thing. And hey, unless they're dead or full of hot air, maybe those SCP Foundation people know something about what's going on here. If we really can get to their buildings, maybe we can figure out how to reverse all this mess. Maybe. For now, I'm just gonna focus on staying alive. Hopefully, night hits soon. I really need to use the bathroom. Oh boy, it's day 3 and new issues are starting to pop up. I've been heading upstairs to go to the bathroom, but while I don't want to be crude, I'm running low on toilet paper and it's starting to become a problem. I ran out of my last roll a few days ago and now I'm starting to go to my bookshelves. I have a few newspapers left that I tore up and used for toilet paper first. They weren't exactly comfortable, but hey, you need to make do. But without toilet paper and without newspapers, I need to figure out what my favorite and least favorite books are. I'm starting with the prefaces of all the books, seeing as I don't generally need to reread them. You know, they're expendable, you know? A lot of these books I haven't read since I was like 15, so maybe those will be the ones. I can't make up my mind on whether I'm gonna use the Harry Potter books or the Percy Jackson and the Olympian books first. Let me know what you think in the comments. I guess. I need to go to the bathroom. Day 4, and now I'm trying to figure out how to pass the time. As you already know, I'm an avowed lifelong gamer. So while the electricity and the internet still work, I'm gonna keep gaming to pass the time and keep my all too precious sanity. I still have no intention of going out there even at night, but it's left me feeling kind of stir crazy. I wanna walk around the city again. I wanna go for a drive and feel the breeze in my hair. But seeing as I can't do that without experiencing a truly horrifying transformation, I've been spending a lot of time on GTA 5 online. Guess we'll never get GTA 6 now. What a bummer. Still, these last few days, it's felt more like Los Santos has been my home than where I actually live. There were even a few other people on the server. I don't know about you, but I take some comfort in that. Hey folks, I'm back, thankfully. Welcome to day 5. We've still got electricity, thankfully, hence why you can still see this. I haven't heard anything from my family, and I don't want to assume the worst, but it's probably just best not to think about it. I've been heading up and downstairs to grab more food at night. You're probably wondering, but Kyle, why don't you bring it all downstairs to save going up altogether? Which I'd say, I don't have a fridge downstairs. Smartass. But I'm starting to realize food is gonna be a real issue here. It's kind of stupid now that I think about it. In all the zombie movies and TV shows I used to watch, it was all bullets and baseball bats, killing your way through all those undead freaks and worrying about the rest later. Guess they don't want you to think about how you're only gonna ever be a couple weeks away from starvation. Kinda ruins the badass post-apocalyptic power fantasy. I only have a couple days worth of food left here, and after that, I'm gonna need to go out and search for more. Or I'm gonna need to relocate. I don't feel comfortable here anymore, you know? Early on, I thought when you got exposed to the sunlight, it just killed you. But no, it's worse. You keep living, you're just changed into one of those things. These last few days, I've looked out the windows when I've come up at night for food. I see them sometimes slithering in the yard or down the street. These things that used to be people. I wonder if they're people that I knew once before all this. And I tried to shove the thought out of my mind. Freaking myself out about all this doesn't help. I know that much. Just keep thinking about how they move. This like weird kind of purpose? Like they're searching for something, but what could they be searching for? I'm just gonna go and get more food. We'll speak again soon. Stay safe, whoever you are. Welcome to day 6. It's nighttime now and I'm heading out for the first time. I keep seeing these weird, slimy creatures everywhere, and they make me kind of sick to look at them, but I try my best to just keep moving. I'm on a mission tonight. I'm gonna go to the local supermarket and check to see if there's still food there, while also grabbing myself a quick snack. I'm gonna keep this one brief. I don't want to do a full shopping spree tonight, and it's already too late. Just need to know the food is there. I decided earlier in the night if I survive this thing and the getting is good at the bargain mart, I'll make my way back tomorrow for something a little more, substantial. After all, the fewer trips I make out, the safer I'm likely to be. By the time I made it to the supermarket though, while I was practically a nervous wreck from the fear of turning into one of those things, I made an amazing discovery. While the windows were broken and the floor was a mess, most of the food was still there. Day 7, or should I say, night 7. Galvanized by my success from the previous days, I decided to come back to the supermarket with a shopping cart. I wanted to get enough food for at least a week, so I wouldn't need to come back out again. Hey, maybe I'm not so bad at this whole apocalypse thing after all. I grabbed plenty of canned food from the supermarket. Most of the perishables had already gone moldy by the time I showed up, so fresh fruit was out of the question. Suddenly I started getting scared about the thought of scurvy, but pushed it quickly from my mind. I'd cross that bridge when I got to it. Hey, it's day 8 and I'm still kicking. That's gotta count for something, right? I started taking more trips out at nighttime just to stretch my legs and keep the blood flowing. When the slithering things that were once people pass me, I just make myself scarce and hide in the shadows. I hear them muttering sometimes in like this melted voice or voices. It's unsettling, but it's amazing what you'll get used to in just over a week. It's eerie to see all these streets without people in them. I know that I should probably just stay inside, but I really can't. I don't know if this will ever just stop, and if it doesn't, I don't want to spend my last days cooped up in my own basement. Day 9. There are some benefits to being in the post-apocalypse, to ever so slightly offset all the utterly crushing downsides. While during the day, we're all prisoners of the sun in our own homes. At night, we can do whatever the hell we want. I took a baseball bat that I keep in my closet and went to the local furniture store. I smashed up every single vase in all the windows like one of those rage rooms because nobody could stop me. Then afterwards, I went straight to the local computer and gaming store and took all the Alienware tech I could physically carry. There's no value in money anymore. If you want something, you can just go and take it. Every cloud has a silver lining. Day 10. More GTA 5 today. I decided to get on my headset and speak to a few others who were still around and on the servers. It was so nice to speak to other human beings for once. They came from all over the world and were dealing with the same evil sun insanity as me. You have no idea how incredibly valuable it is to find people to talk to in a time like this. The other players had plenty of theories as to why all this had happened. Some thought it was some kind of mutant solar flare they'd remembered reading about on some conspiracy forum back in the day. Others speculated it was the result of some weapon created by the US or Russian or Chinese military that had gone wrong. One person said that maybe it was a punishment from God. Maybe on some level we all deserved it. Things got pretty quiet after that. Day 11. I've been having the most terrible nightmares lately. It's probably just a product of all the stress I've been under lately, but in the nightmares I'm running down a dark street being chased by those flesh creatures. I'm moving fast, but they're moving way faster. They're whispering to me, but I can't make out anything they're saying. This morning, which is to say evening, I woke up screaming and drenched in sweat. I can't really explain why, but I feel like something terrible is gonna happen soon. Okay, I'm alive. That's enough, isn't it? And if you're watching this, I assume you're alive too. Congratulations, welcome to the nightmare space between day 11 and day 27. Sorry that I haven't been in contact for so long. As you can see, I'm not at home anymore. You couldn't pay me to go back there. Not that money is worth anything anymore. And a lot's happened since I last made one of these, and I wish I could tell you any of it was good. Hell, I wish I could forget it all, but the things I've seen and heard, I don't think they're ever gonna leave my head no matter what I do. I thought about making another entry now and then, but I always found a reason to put it off. It's remarkable how your other priorities fall away when you're just thinking about where your next meal is coming from. It just kind of puts everything into perspective. Of course, during my travels, I saw more of those freaks slithering around. Sorry, I know I shouldn't call them that. It's kind of a coping mechanism, It all gets a lot harder when you have to think of them as ex-people. That's another thing all these goofy zombie shows got wrong. It's a lot harder to separate what they were from what they are now, especially when, these were your friends, your neighbors, Well, I can't avoid talking about it forever, can I? I stuffed my backpack with whatever I could grab and left my home 2 nights ago. It wasn't just because I was going stir-crazy back there, though I admit that didn't exactly help. It was what happened there. I just came back from a food run, put most of it in the fridge, then retired back down into the basement to enjoy a late-night snack and do a little gaming to keep myself sane. I'd been doing everything I could to reverse my circadian rhythms and sleep during the day just so I could be fully operational during the 12-hour period that going outside wouldn't melt me. But just like all those stories they told us when we were kids, there are monsters out there at night, and they are looking for us. When I first heard the sound, I wondered if it was something in-game or maybe dripping from a leaky pipe. But no, it was too close to be fake and too viscous to be water. That's when I looked at the door and saw this awful pink slime slithering its way underneath my door. It was one of those things, those ex-people trying to get in. That'd be bad enough, but then it started talking to me.
Kyle, my darling, why are you all cooped up down here? It isn't healthy. You ought to come outside, sweetie. Get some sun, my darling.
It was my mom. Well, it used to be. Guess she wanted to come over and visit me. Needless to say, I got out of there and I've got no intention of going back. That place is dead to me now. I don't even want to think about that voice ever again. Both her and so not her. So now I'm on the move. Guess I'll speak to you again when I stop. Stay safe out there. Day 28. I decided it was best to make my way out of town towards the fringes. The day first broke, the people who were in the most densely populated areas were the first to go. That's why I decided to hole up in a gas station last night just to avoid the sun. But during the night, people came. Not ex-people, actual people. They showed up in a Jeep outside the building, refueled, and then came in. They were wearing black, cobbled-together outfits and hockey masks. They were all either carrying bats or axes, too. You can probably understand why I didn't decide to introduce myself when they busted their way in. I concealed myself in a broom closet while they searched around. It was nerve-shredding. I'd never been more thankful in my life when they left. Day 29, coming up on a month of this madness. After the incident at the gas station, I realized I needed some kind of defense. It's not just the sun and those creatures I need to worry about. Just like the old world, people could be dangerous here too. That's why I snuck into a gun store in the dead of night. Some of it had been looted, but much like the supermarket near my house, there was plenty still here. The walls were covered in all manner of rifles, shotguns, and even submachine guns. I'd heard somewhere that revolvers are more reliable and easy to maintain than other types, so since I'm a gun novice, I grabbed a revolver and stuffed my pockets with as many bullets as I could carry. Let's hope I never have to use any of them. Day 30. Do I get to call this a month of survival? I mean, if we're talking February, I'd be a month in already. What a horribly dubious honor that is. I saw something disgusting last night, and I thought I'd share it just to get it off my mind. Last night, as I was moving through the wilderness, I saw a group of other survivors gathered around a campfire. I remained scarce, but approached just to see what was going on, still carrying my revolver just to be safe. But the people around the campfire were eating something, and when I saw what they were eating, I swear to God, I almost threw up. They were chopping up one of the ex-people, cooking the parts over the fire, and eating it. Day 31, a month by anyone's definition. Ever since seeing those others eating one of the ex-people, I've had trouble eating even normal food myself. My stomach aches and my throat burns. God, I feel so weak. I keep laying down and resting. I know I need to eat soon if I want to survive to day 32, but every time I think about eating, I think about the gooey flesh of the ex-people. Sometimes I wish I hadn't survived this long. I'll eat soon. I just need to sleep first. Day 32 to 43. If you live this long, you really ought to be proud of yourself. I've seen thousands of those slimy ex-people, and there's probably millions more out there. Hell, maybe even billions if we're being honest with ourselves here. Am I just talking into the void here? Is there even anyone else out there who's human enough to watch this stuff? Maybe I just need to keep thinking about posterity. On the off chance that the world ever gets better and we reach some time where children are born again and all this fades from human memory, you'll still have these stupid, pointless little videos to remember how awful all this was. That way, at least I can make myself believe this all had some kind of, I don't know, point? So, what's happened? With me, not much. still moving at night, surviving, hiding in closets and underground parking complexes during daylight. I'm down to my last few cans, so I'm hoping to hit a supermarket soon. God, what a ridiculous way to go. Starving in this new world with so many new, interesting ways to die. With the EX people, things have been a little more eventful. There used to be one blob to a person, but they've started joining up. That's the best way I can put it. Things that used to be people and animals are starting to melt together, getting bigger and bigger. They've never been aggressive, but I think it's best to stay out of their way. Whatever all this is about, I am streetwise enough to know that it can't be anything good. I'll just keep moving, and I hope you can do the same, whoever the hell you are. Hopefully the next time I check in with you, it's with better news than this. Day 44. I saw a shootout on the road last night. The people who are left, the ones who are still indeed people, are becoming less human. Something about situations like this sustained stress and pain and hopelessness, it weighs on you. There are no rules in the post-apocalypse. The only thing that can stop you from doing anything is a bullet to the head. 5 or 6 people last night, as afraid and desperate and hungry as me, gunned each other down. They did this for reasons I will never understand, even if I wanted to, because there are no survivors left to tell the tale. What a funny world we live in. Day 45. I sleep when I can. It's surreal. I remember when I feared the dark and loved bright, sunny days. Even all this time in, I still don't think I'm used to the switch being flipped. I've been having awful dreams again. I'm still running in them with a deep red sun shining up in the sky. I'm being chased by a mountain of flesh the size of Mount Everest. It's swallowing up the city behind me, and it keeps getting closer. No matter how fast I go, I can't escape. It'll get me eventually. Something terrible is going to happen soon. I just know it. Day 46. I shot a man today. I don't know if he survived. I hope he lived. We encountered each other inside an abandoned building. I think we spooked each other and didn't have any time to ask if we were friends or foes. We were too afraid either way. We both drew our weapons, and I was faster than he was. When my revolver discharged and he collapsed, I ran off. Sun would come up in a few hours, and I just needed to find another place to hide. What the hell have I become? I don't know how things could get any worse than this. Note to self, in the future, don't even dare to think, how could things get any worse? Because if I've learned anything since this whole nightmare started, that is never a rhetorical question. Welcome to the space between day 47 and day 64. If you're still alive and watching this, I am so sorry. So, I've got good news, and I've got bad news. I'll give you the good news first. I've seen more people who haven't been changed yet. And the bad news? Last time I saw them, they were being dragged out into the light, kicking and screaming in the tendrils of one of those horrible flesh monsters I was telling you about last time. They've gotten a lot bigger now. And when I told you they weren't aggressive, well, yeah, I spoke a little too soon. I can't just sleep during the day like I used to. These monsters, and that's what they are now. They're monsters, not people anymore. They patrol, they hunt. They actively enter buildings searching for hiding places, searching for people they can drag out into the light. I've seen it with my own 2 eyes. The second they're out, they'll just start melting and fusing with the mass, making it even bigger, adding another voice to the chorus. And I hate myself, because every time I've seen it happen, all I can think is, thank God that's not me. God, I wish I could do something to help, to save them. But that's not the world we live in. The second they touch the light, it is already over. I wouldn't be helping anyone by adding my flesh to one of those things. I don't want them using my body to get to other people. There's only one thing I can do now. Keep moving at night, stay hidden, get away from population centers. I've realized where I need to go now. I've still got a distant memory of those broadcasts in the earlier days of the event. The SCP Foundation. I noted down coordinates to the nearest facility they had on the books. And if I'm honest, nearest is only a relative term, because at this rate, it's gonna take me an eternity to get there. But it'll be worth it in the end when I get there. It'll all be worth it if I can at least get some answers, at least know why the world turned into this hell. Those SCP folks seem better prepared for this than anyone, so even if they can't fix this, they've at least got to have answers, right? Somebody needs to have answers. I really want to believe that. When the sun goes down, I'll start moving again. If you're watching this, wish me luck. I don't have much food left. I'll do what I can. Yeah, hey, I realize I'm not looking great right now, but trust me, you should see the other guy. Day 65 to day 86. Never thought I would make it this far, but hey, life's just full of surprises. Before you ask, and I mean, why would you ask? It's not like I can hear you. It wasn't one of the monsters that did this to me. It was another person just like me. Desperate, hungry, afraid. The one difference between me and them was the fact that they had a handgun and I didn't. They asked for all the food I had, and when I wasn't exactly forthcoming, they decided to shoot me and steal the last of my food while I lay bleeding on the ground. Oh, well, okay, that's not entirely fair. They did leave me with one protein bar, which I had to cave and eat a couple days ago. Since then, I've just been foraging what little food I can from plants along the way during my nighttime walks. But it isn't much, and my wound is giving me grief. I sure hope they've got doctors at this SCP Foundation, or otherwise, ow, I may be even more out of luck than I thought. Here's the good news for you, since I know how much you love that. I'm not far off of the Foundation site now. Even in this state, I'm probably only a couple weeks away. I think maybe I can will myself to live that long, at least. If I can get some answers just before I die, then I can be happy. And sometimes, folks, that's all you can ask for. Final stretch. Let's hope I see you again on the other end. Stay safe. I'm here. I'm here. The SCP Foundation on day 100. But I don't understand. Where is everybody? Hello? Is anybody there? God damn it. Why is nobody here? I don't understand. They were meant to have the answers. They were meant to know what was going on here, but they're all gone too. It isn't fair. It isn't fair. Is this it? Is it all just over? The end of the freaking world as we know it? It isn't fair. It isn't fair. It isn't fair. Wait, are those footsteps? Hello? Yes! Hello! I'm over here! Who's there? Oh my god, what the hell is that thing? No! No, get away from me! Oh god!
Disgusting.
What is the most dangerous creature in the universe? Here on planet Earth, there are creatures that have hardly evolved since prehistoric eras, like sharks, crocodiles, and snakes. Perfect biological killing machines. But then again, the animal kingdom is nothing when compared to the menagerie of creatures contained by the SCP Foundation. So once again, what is the most dangerous creature in the universe? Is it SCP-682, the damage-regenerating reptile with a hatred for all other forms of life? Or is it the Scarlet King? Or is the Broken God more deserving of that title? Maybe the answer still lies elsewhere. And thankfully, there is one SCP in the Foundation's archives that might not be the most dangerous itself, but teaches us a very important lesson about what the most dangerous entity truly is. This is the story of SCP-001, the Spiral Path. An important distinction before we go any further. SCP-001 doesn't refer to a single creature, object, or entity, but rather a collection of various anomalies contained by the SCP Foundation. It is unclear why there are multiple files collected under the shared designation of SCP-001. Some believe these anomalies are some of the earliest ever contained by the Foundation, encountered before they introduced their current numbering system. There is also the theory that this is intentional misdirection, that the multiple SCP-001 files are an attempt by the Foundation to conceal secret information about the true SCP-001. Anomalies sharing the name SCP-001 include the infamous aforementioned Scarlet King, a powerful eldritch being intent on ending all creation. Another anomalous being with similar levels of destructive power is the Gate Guardian, believed to be an angel standing at the entrance to the Garden of Eden. It too goes by the name SCP-001. But for the purposes of this video, we will be using SCP-001 to refer to something otherwise codenamed the Spiral Path. And while it is not a creature in and of itself, SCP-001 does yield one answer to that important question. What is the most dangerous creature in the universe? On paper, SCP-001 does not seem to be much, and it certainly doesn't appear to be any sort of threat. As its nickname suggests, the Spiral Path is exactly that, located deep in a wooded area known only as Site-0. SCP-001 is a gravel path in the shape of a spiral. Your first thought at hearing that might be, what could be so important about a path? If someone were to find themselves walking along the spiral path, traveling clockwise around the gravel, then they will find that nothing happens. It's just a normal path with slight inclines and declines as one traverses it. If one should walk counterclockwise around it though, then they will begin to experience SCP-001's first anomalous effect. The path will begin to feel as if it is sloping uphill, getting steeper and steeper. When they reach the beginning of the path again, a person will still feel as if they are walking endlessly uphill. All the while, the path itself does not move or change in form or altitude. To put it simply, walking one way around SCP-001 causes it to behave normally. Walking the other, the path does not adhere to the laws of physics. You may well be thinking, is that all? On a surface level, the spiral path does appear to just be an unmoving, low-threat anomaly. While it may not be as aggressive or malicious as some of the SCP Foundation's rogues gallery, it is still a spatial anomaly that defies all Euclidean geometry. That might sound like small potatoes when compared to everything the SCP Foundation has faced over the years, but bear in mind, if the spiral path is truly SCP-001, and the very first anomaly that the Foundation learned of, then a simple path that ignores the ordinary laws of space and time would have been a major discovery in the organization's earliest days. But why would they still keep the spiral path so heavily guarded all these years later? SCP-001 is kept behind a maximum security fence that has been constructed all the way around the perimeter of Site-0. At all times, the SCP Foundation keeps no less than 5 fully armed members of security personnel on site to keep watch over the spiral path, and to make sure that no one approaches it who isn't authorized to. There is a small metal plaque too, bearing an unknown inscription on it. Special containment procedures for SCP-001 state that this plaque is to be kept in good condition, and it should be immediately reported if it shows any signs of damage. A Foundation physics laboratory is also located nearby, where research staff tirelessly conducts scientific tests on SCP-001 and its anomalous properties. So there's definitely something more to the spiral path than a simple stroll around it would tell you. Attached to SCP-001's file is an item referred to as Document 001-05, written by high-ranking Foundation researcher Dr. Everett Mann. Any prospective or new members of the 05 Council are required to read this document, and from the events it details, learn the truth. Not just about the truth of the spiral path, but the truth about the SCP Foundation itself. Dr. Mann begins this file by explaining to the reader that either he or one of the original founders of the SCP Foundation must have died, and the person reading has been appointed as a successor. Whether his death was caused by an SCP, an operative from another anomalous organization like the Global Occult Coalition, or getting a little close to the flame, Mann states that old age definitely wouldn't be what killed him. He writes, "We took care of that, didn't we?" Whether he means that he and the rest of the old guard are somehow immortal, or just working for the Foundation would likely mean dying before reaching old age, is unclear. But Dr. Mann's next statement is one that changes the very way we view the Foundation and its entire purpose. "We have never discovered an SCP in the entire history of the Foundation. According to Document 001-05, every instance of an anomalous creature, entity, or object is entirely staged." He then goes on to describe Aaron Siegel, a gifted physicist that Dr. Mann regarded very highly. "I believe his name would be there with Edison, Einstein, and Hawking. I knew him very well. He was, and may still be, my brother." The pair evidently shared a close personal connection, and it was Siegel who first discovered SCP-001. During a hike, Aaron stumbled upon the spiral path, noticing that no matter how far uphill he seemed to travel, his elevation never once changed, only for him to end up back at the start of the path. Being a physicist, Siegel quickly realized how this unassuming gravel path did not conform to Euclidean geometry, that it did not fit within the laws of nature. Constructing a small wooden shack nearby, Aaron Siegel began to study the properties of the spiral path. Equation after equation, hours spent examining every variable and experimenting with his findings, until something unforeseen happened. Aaron created an SCP, a key that had the innate ability to open any lock. Nowadays, that same key is still in the Foundation's possession, under the designation SCP-005. Slowly, Aaron began to bring others into the fold, trusted colleagues and other scientific minds. Among them was, of course, Dr. Everett Mann, who was still a medical student at Harvard at the time. This brain trust, a think tank composed of only a select few, they were the very beginning, the ones who founded the SCP Foundation. Using their own fortunes and funding from Thomas Carter, the group continued with Siegel's experiments. The scientists had high hopes for what they could achieve, planning to change the world for the better, feeding the hungry, providing shelter to the homeless, curing the sick, and even cheating death itself. In the beginning, this proto-foundation started small. Their goals were noble, but could not realistically be achieved overnight. They tried to make items that would improve life, such as a fountain of youth, a partially sentient Civil War statue, and an extremely bouncy ball. Better known to the Foundation today as SCP-006, SCP-011, and SCP-018 respectively. But then this new Foundation began to grow, with more organization and a secret facility. And with that expansion came emboldened scientists, eager to change the world. The group began working on human test subjects, volunteers and drifters that soon became SCPs. The spiral path was not just a break in the fabric of reality. In a metaphorical sense, it referred to the spiraling path the newly formed Foundation itself was on. Every discovery they made led to another, and that to another still, until things started to go wrong. During the continuing experiments, Dr. Mann created SCP-008, a deadly zombie plague capable of infecting anyone with 100% lethality. More and more of the founders were so invested in their projects that the results were often nightmarish. The Foundation needed help. That came when Thomas Carter showed their work to the military in exchange for additional funding and personnel. The SCP Foundation expanded even further, becoming an international organization and bringing in new researchers and staff. In some instances, the founders would arrange for the anomalies they had created to be found by the new recruits. Other times they would fabricate reports, changing the details of how things like SCP-008 or the Fountain of Youth were first discovered. Anything the founders said was simply now a fact. No one questioned them. Even then, problems still arose. Founding members broke away from the SCP Foundation, some even creating splinter groups that would later become infamous groups of interest. The Foundation's directive shifted, now focusing on the containment of anomalies as yet more were created through darker means. SCP-231 was taken from an orphanage. Dr. Mann himself vivisected a small boy, who then became SCP-610, the flesh that hates. And there were more still. Abel, the blood pond, and even the hard-to-destroy reptile. All of them were the creation of the Foundation itself. But through it all, Dr. Mann wrote, he was never afraid of the path that the Foundation was on. He was never even afraid of all the monsters and abominations that he and the other founders had secretly created by studying SCP-001. What truly scared him were the anomalies the Foundation didn't create. There were some that would just appear in containment one day, even if they hadn't been there before. They would seem like they had always been there. Dr. Mann closes document 001-05 with the realization that he and the other founders simply were not in control anymore. The tale of Dr. Mann and the other founders of the SCP Foundation is one of noble intentions that ultimately became corrupted. At first, the founders created SCPs that they hoped would benefit humanity, but then came the mistakes, the accidents, the monsters, like SCP-008, SCP-610, and even SCP-682. The Foundation lied to the governments and militaries of the world, claiming they'd found these SCPs, not created them. And in return, they received funding and staff to expand, allowing the SCP Foundation to grow to become what it is today. Dr. Mann posits that at this point, the Foundation was no longer in control, but perhaps they never were. And all of this stems back from one singular starting point, the spiral path. It might be impossible to truly know how many anomalies and SCPs the Foundation created just from researching SCP-001. Only the O5 Council will ever know exactly how many of the Founders' discoveries they themselves were responsible for. And now you know the answer to what's the most dangerous creature in the universe. It's regular people, dabbling with something they could never hope to fully understand. Starting with the hope to change the world, only to create monsters that might one day destroy it. The military helicopter sailed through the skies at a steady pace, its destination somewhere in Southwest Asia, along one of the many points where the legendary Euphrates and Tigris rivers meet. Depending on the outcome, this mission may have changed the course of the SCP Foundation and its activities forever, or it might do nothing at all. Such was often the way when it came to dealing with the unpredictable and the anomalous. Inside the helicopter, Dr. Anton Zarkov was practically rattling with nervous excitement. Ever since he'd been assigned to the 682 termination detail, after years of wasting away in an archival desk job, he'd seen the kind of anomalies you wouldn't believe. 173, that nightmarish statue that snaps the necks of anyone who dared to look away from it. 811, the strange and also strangely adorable swamp woman, whose caustic mucus could reliably melt seemingly any organic matter, save, of course, 682 itself. And Dr. Zarkov was particularly astonished by the aftermath of the epic battle between 096 and 682, which left both of these indestructible monsters horribly maimed. But all of that, it was nothing compared to what they were going to witness today. Dr. Zarkov muttered a prayer to himself in frightened reverence. Dr. Clef, who was sitting across from him in the helicopter, wasn't quite as wound up. Like some action movie cliche made manifest, he sliced chunks from a plump red apple with a Bowie knife and sucked the pieces off the blade. Clef found Zarkov's nervousness little more than amusing.
First time at Site Zero, rookie?
Clef asked between apple slices. Dr. Zarkov nodded, forcing a meek smile. Clef just chuckled.
You're wasting your time, you know, Clef said. Everyone takes a shot at the reptile. I faced it down myself once, mano-a-mano, and during that moment I realized something. As much as it pains me to ever throw in the towel, we're not gonna kill this thing. It's just a budget sink.
Of course, these kinds of doubts had crossed Dr. Zarkov's mind before. He'd watched countless termination attempts, organized by far more senior researchers than himself, fail and fail embarrassingly. Something about signing your name up for 682 termination was like tying on a blindfold, grabbing a bat, and stepping up to a piñata, except in this case, the piñata isn't wearing a blindfold, and somehow it can hit you back. It is a one-way ticket to professional humiliation, and if you're unlucky enough to get too close when things go south, it can be so much worse. But Dr. Zarkov well and truly believed that he would be the exception to so much miserable failure. After all, this was an idea nobody had tried before. An announcement over the intercom signaled that they had now entered Site Zero airspace. They'd be landing shortly, and just like that, Dr. Zarkov was all raised hairs and goose flesh once again. It seemed like such a hazy, distant miracle that his project proposal would even get majority approval from the O5 Council, and now he was about to touch down and actually see it. Naturally, Dr. Clef noticed Dr. Zarkov's emotional cues, and like so many playground bullies, decided to seize on it.
Don't buy into the hype, Dr. Clef said. It's really not that special.
The helicopter touched down. Dr. Zarkov felt defensive. He was almost tempted to use hard words, but he realized from Dr. Clef's mischievous smile that perhaps that was always the intention. He certainly had a reputation, if one were to put it in the most neutral terms possible.
But this was your 001 proposal, Dr. Clef, Zarkov countered. I would have thought you'd be more invested in this.
Dr. Clef rose to his feet and sheathed his Bowie knife as the helicopter's side door opened. He gestured for Dr. Zarkov to get up and follow him before saying,
"Believe me, even a giant flaming demigod loses its luster when you need to write enough of those stupid reports on it."
The two researchers disembarked from the helicopter and walked into the legendary containment facility, Site Zero. One of the most important and secretive containment sites out there, even by the standards of the ever-clandestine SCP Foundation. If ever containment procedures failed here, they'd be staring down the barrel of an unprecedented situation.
a Patmos XK class end-of-the-world scenario. After all, they were dealing with one of the most serious and powerful anomalies they'd ever contained here. Clef and Zarkov entered the control room, filled with huge monitors displaying every kind of recordable metric, but the largest screens were dominated by long-range drone footage of the iconic anomaly they were all there to see. SCP-001, perhaps better known as Uriel, the Gate Guardian. While Dr. Clef remained unfazed, Dr. Zarkov felt a single tear crawling down his cheek. He had never seen an entity so utterly awe-inspiring. An impossibly tall, glowing humanoid entity with 8 great fiery wings and a glowing blade made of pure heavenly fire, every bit as hot as the sun. To think that such an incredible creature existed on the same Earth as him made him feel so incredibly small. The theories as to the creature's true nature were as myriad as they were unknowable. Some of the more devout among the Foundation's ranks even believe that he is a direct servant of the Abrahamic God, guarding the gate to paradise, the Garden of Eden, heaven itself. Dr. Clef just laughed.
Everything you'd hope it'd be, Zarkov?
He said. Dr. Zarkov nodded. More, Dr. Clef, and more. Even from such a distance, the raw power of the Gate Guardian is impossible to ignore. It radiates off of the being like an invisible aura. Dr. Zarkov had read all the files. To get within a kilometer of the mighty entity would be to court death. Anyone who approached it would taste the heat of its sword, cleave them apart at the atomic level, and effectively erasing them from existence. It's about as dead as anyone could possibly be, save for someone being thrown into SCP-3930 and literally removed from the plane of existence. SCP-3930 had failed to annihilate the hard-to-destroy reptile, but perhaps where that whole lot of nothing had failed, the Gate Guardian would succeed. It remained floating, fixed on one place, as though waiting for something. But what? Perhaps a fateful confrontation with a certain reptilian nightmare, Dr. Zarkov hoped. Like many, he had heard the most famous story involving SCP-001 the Gate Guardian, which took place before even the days of the SCP Foundation. After all, every foundation needs a founder, doesn't it? And that's how it began. The founder was a mysterious figure, no matter who you ask. Some say it was 05-1, others say it was the legendary administrator. Some even believe that it was someone else, someone older, someone who predated even the current 05 council and administrator. A wise and learned figure, going on a pilgrimage around the known world in hopes of expanding their perspective and seeking out the strange and unusual. It was traveling down the river Tigris that the founder encountered the Gate Guardian. Of course, as always, from a mile away. The founder saw the distant glowing point shaped like a human being with wings. It was unlike anything they'd ever borne witness to. That's when the founder felt a door open in the back of their mind, and something sneak in. A single word, projecting somehow infinite authority.
Prepare.
The very presence of the word made the founder's body rattle. Never had they heard such a voice, conveying such certainty and power. It had to be the voice of the distant glowing figure. It couldn't be anything else, could it? Much like Dr. Zarkov would experience hundreds of years later, the founder, even as a person so powerful, knowledgeable, and influential, suddenly felt so unimaginably small. The founder became aware of not just the extent of the world around them or even the universe, but a terrifying multiverse of possibilities. There was light out there, of course, but even more darkness, and terrifying things were hiding in the dark. Is that what prepare meant? Did it mean to be ready for all the terrible things hiding in the dark, just waiting for the opportunity to strike? Just how great was the extent of the things humanity didn't understand out there? The founder's mind was flooded with so many possibilities. If there was a tide of monsters in the blackness that needed to be fought back, it was too much for any one person to ever handle. The founder needed a group, all gathered around the same mission, to contain the coming threat that the great glowing being had warned them about. People of focus, commitment, and sheer willpower. People who would accept the knowledge of the terrible things in the darkness and still not waver in the face of their great and noble challenge. People who, if necessary, would be willing to die in the dark so that the rest of the human race would live in the light. They would be humanity's greatest defenders, even though they would defend in secret. This was how it had all begun, supposedly. Dr. Zarkov had heard the story whispered many times while conducting his research into SCP-001. And now here he stood, perhaps where the founder had been standing all those years ago. The SCP Foundation had faced down greater threats than SCP-682, the Hanged King, the Sealed King, the Scarlet King. Hell, if they wanted to, they could go toe-to-toe with the Burger King. And all of that had begun with a single word from the mighty Gate Guardian. Surely an ornery, overgrown lizard wouldn't be too much for it to handle. But of course, they hadn't just come here to look at the Gate Guardian. That'd be an egregious waste of time and helicopter fuel. They'd come here transporting precious cargo, a chunk of SCP-682's flesh cut from the beast itself. Currently, it was attached to yet another remote-controlled drone, set on a collision course for the Gate Guardian. Dr. Zarkov watched the video feeds with sweaty palms as he saw the drone and its diabolical cargo enter the video's view, getting closer to the Gate Guardian by the moment. Closer, closer, until the Gate Guardian struck out with its great and terrible sword. For such an astronomically huge being to move so incredibly fast was astounding in and of itself. But what Dr. Zarkov found even more exciting was the result. In one quick slash of its solar blade, both the drone and the SCP-682 tissue sample were utterly evaporated, gone, reduced to less than even ash. Dr. Zarkov's face split into a manic grin. If it could destroy the tissue sample, then surely it could destroy the monster itself. And what a glorious day that would be. Meanwhile, back at the cross-testing chambers of Site-19, SCP-682 was having another miserable day. It was dragged half-melted out of its acid tank at 3 a.m. in the morning and left slowly regenerating on the floor.
A typical SCP Foundation wake-up call.
It thought to itself, with a roll of its still regenerating eyes. What form of horrible torment would be in store for it this time? It began scrolling through its mental Rolodex for the most recent failed but painful termination attempts. Oh, yes, of course. They tried suffocation via vacuum. That definitely made SCP-682 feel a little lightheaded at least. Until, of course, it adapted its body to begin releasing a gas of similar composition to its native atmosphere, which had certainly given those white-coated wearing sadists a lot to take note about. Then, how could it forget? They tried roasting it to death with extremely high temperatures. Thankfully, as always, it had a trick up its sleeve, adapting a carapace made of solid helium to defend it from the fire, then shattering it to shred a bunch of those buffoons in the orange jumpsuits. Then they'd cut off a sample of its flesh, shoved it into some absurd industrial blender before shoving what's left into a centrifuge. What a divine pleasure it had been for 682 to hear the explosion down the hall, when the antimatter embedded in its genes went off and put a number of those idiotic Foundation drones in the hospital for months. Serves them right to continually meddling in the matters of forces they couldn't even hope to understand. And today, they were feeding at the carcass of a dead cow. SCP-682 sighed. It felt sometimes that the dolts testing it had forgotten the note reading, "highly intelligent," on its file. Being dragged into one of those ghastly chambers and given some form of novel stimulus could only mean one thing. Something stupid and painful was going to happen. Said stupid, painful thing in this case was that the cow was spiked with an instance of SCP-3521, also known as the banana pill, by Dado. What followed was a remarkably absurd instance, even by SCP-682 cross-test standards, where a huge number of bananas spontaneously burst out of 682's body. Being a big fan of bananas, apparently, 682 was actually able to eat and metabolize the bananas faster than the anomalous banana pill, by Dado, could produce them. And because bananas are each individually slightly radioactive, 682 was able to synthesize this collective radiation into a powerful death ray that it used to cause a great deal of death and destruction. As far as Dr. Zarkov and the rest of the SCP Foundation were concerned, this thing being cleaved apart on an atomic level by the Gate Guardian couldn't come soon enough. Sometimes it took the ultimate night to slay the ultimate dragon. Not long after that, SCP-682 was dosed up on enough sedatives to give New York City a week-long nap, and carted over to Site-0 on a heavily secured armored convoy. Taking SCP-682 this far between containment sites was considered a matter of grave seriousness. In other words,
The result of this little experiment better have been good to justify the insane security risk it took to even get the damn lizard out here. Dr. Zarkov and Dr. Clef decided to co-supervise the cross-test from the safety of the Site-0 observation deck. Either would have been foolish to want to get any closer. Even Dr. Clef, while undeniably a loose cannon, didn't have an outright death wish. Unless, of course, wishing death on SCP-682 would count. 682's sedated body was strapped to a large unmanned vehicle, the kind they might use for an exploratory mission on another planet, and sent in the direction of the Gate Guardian's deadly proximal zone. A secondary camera drone was also sent in to lag behind, correctly predicting that when the Gate Guardian struck SCP-682, it would obliterate the unmanned vehicle too, and whatever happened out there, the Foundation needed it on camera. Dr. Zarkov had sweaty palms and gritted teeth, seeing the culmination of his professional career unfold in front of him. Dr. Clef was looking at a meme on his phone. As 682 got closer, it began hearing a booming voice in its head, just like the Founder had so long ago. The voice simply said one word over and over, getting louder as the unmanned vehicle brought the two Titans closer and closer and closer.
Die.
682, still feeling groggy, thought,
Oh, if it only were so simple.
And then it happened. SCP-682 entered the dreaded 1 kilometer range. The Guardian slashed down with its mighty sword, creating a brilliant flash of light. In the aftermath, the unmanned vehicle was obliterated, and 682 was left heavily injured on the ground, still trying to process what had just happened. 682 looked up, sobered by the pain, and saw the being that had dealt this blow. 682 began to sneer.
Is this meant to be the garden?
It said before breaking into a venomous laugh.
This is not the garden. The garden is far west of here.
The Gate Guardian struck again with its flaming blade, once again projecting that single word.
Die, 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 die.
When the smoke cleared, 682 was even more horrifically injured, with only one limb left, but still against all odds, alive. It used the one limb to drag itself towards the Gate Guardian, fueled by pure rage and spite.
Die? You command me to die? Oh, wouldn't we all like that? But this is my curse for suggesting the fruit.
The reptile growled. Back at the base, Dr. Zarkov was mortified.
How could it possibly be surviving all this? The sword was meant to cleave apart its victims on an atomic level. Atomic! It's in freaking atoms, goddammit!
Dr. Zarkov wished he had a paper bag to breathe into. Dr. Clef, showing an uncharacteristic degree of compassion, patted Zarkov on the back, saying, "It's okay, buddy, we all remember our first time." Back at the center of the action, the Gate Guardian blasted 682 with its solar blade again. Somehow, despite the terrifying power wielded by the Guardian, 682 continued to live. It was alive, barely, but after 3 strikes from the sword, to be alive with whatever the evil version of a miracle would be.
This is not the garden, and you are not Uriel.
682 roared before spitting at the Gate Guardian.
Pretender.
One more violent strike from the Gate Guardian and 682 finally collapsed, unconscious from the extent of its pain and its injuries. But despite all of Dr. Zarkov's hopes, the Gate Guardian did not strike a killing blow on the unconscious beast. Instead, it transmitted another word, another order, impossible for any human being to ignore.
Remove.
As though in a trance, the workers of Site-0, including Dr. Zarkov and Dr. Clef, entered the forbidden 1 kilometer exclusion zone. The Gate Guardian allowed them safe passage, as they used tools and vehicles to pick up the heavily injured SCP-682 and cart it away from the Gate Guardian's feet. After they all came back to their senses, Dr. Zarkov simply said, "What just happened?" Dr. Clef just shrugged. "I've learned to stop questioning it."
Say kids, would you like to hear a story? 'Cause we've got a really good one for you. Seriously, you're going to love it. It's a classic rags to riches tale about one man's rise from humble beginnings to become one of history's greatest and most visionary toy makers. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe it's about a company that literally came from nothing whose origins are still shrouded in mystery. Maybe it's about a woman breaking the glass ceiling to take over the toy company left to her by her eccentric father. Maybe it's about all of these things. But the one thing we can tell you about the story of Dr. Wondertainment is that every word of it is true. Or at least as far as anything is true in the weird, wonderful world of the SCP Foundation. As long as you believe, we'll all have a wonderful time. As long as you believe, nothing can hurt you. Not in the fabulous world of Dr. Wondertainment. Dr. Wondertainment is the name given to SCP-001, who, due to his relatively benign nature, has been classified as safe by the Foundation. Rather than focusing on containing Wondertainment himself, the SCP Foundation has centered its efforts on containing the products that he creates. He is a Class 1 reality warper, capable of constructing otherwise normal objects and imbuing them with anomalous properties. He's become infamous for using this ability to create bizarre, magical, and potentially dangerous toys and games that are distributed by as yet unknown means. Many of Wondertainment's toys are in the Foundation's possession, such as SCP-445, origami paper that takes on properties of whatever it's folded to look like, and SCP-3147, lollipops that allow people to switch voices with each other. Dr. Wondertainment was born into a family of humble means. His mother was a seamstress and his father was an accountant. Unsatisfied with his mundane life, Wondertainment's only joy growing up was in the stories that his father would tell him about an ancestor of his who was once a famous toymaker. Inspired by these stories, Wondertainment developed an interest in crafting toys, and as an adult set out to learn the secrets he would need to create toys unlike anything the world had ever seen. He spent his life following rumors of magical artifacts and enchanted trinkets until his search brought him to a mysterious factory. If you've seen our previous videos on SCP-001 proposals, you can probably guess that this factory was the factory. The mysterious place where new SCPs are supposedly created. Wondertainment barely escaped the massacre and the Foundation takeover of the factory with his life, but he was able to find a variety of notes that he took with him. These notes contained clues that led him to the workshop of his famous Toymaker ancestor, and from there, he reclaimed his birthright. That was the day that he truly became Dr. Wondertainment. It's a fun story, isn't it? Very straightforward, but perhaps it is a little underwhelming for an SCP-001 proposal. After all, SCP-001 is the collective designation given to some of the most important anomalies of all time, including many that could have potentially been involved in the Foundation's very founding. Let's start again. Reginald Filbert Lionel Archibald Westinghouse Wondertainment III is the name given to SCP-001, who, due to his highly unpredictable nature, has been classed as Euclid by the Foundation, and he is to be detained as soon as his location can be ascertained. Until he can be captured, the SCP Foundation has focused its efforts on containing the products that he creates. He is a Class 2 reality warper, capable of constructing otherwise normal objects and imbuing them with anomalous properties. He's become infamous for using this ability to create bizarre, magical, and potentially dangerous toys, games, candy, soft drinks, and other products aimed at children and young teens. These products are distributed by as yet unknown means. Many of Wondertainment's creations are in Foundation possession, such as the often imitated but never matched Little Misters Collection, which are a group of living collectibles with unique anomalous properties. Due to Wondertainment's reality warping abilities, it is impossible to pin down concrete information about his history. What we can tell you for sure is that he's immortal and ageless and comes from a long line of Wondertainment stretching all the way back to the Cretaceous period, where they made all sorts of toys for the good little dinosaur children. It's also widely known that he is in fact not a real person, but merely the manifestation of the dreams of every child on Earth, brought forth solely by the power of imagination. No confirmed sightings of Dr. Wondertainment have ever occurred, but witnesses have described him as dashing, very handsome for his age, and a lovely chap capable of creating whimsy and wonder with the snap of his fingers. He's a tall man about the height of a piece of string, and he's immediately recognizable by his walking stick and W-shaped mustache. It's also been reported that he has scarring around the circumference of both wrists, almost as if his hands have been removed and reattached at some point. However, the truth of the matter is that…
No, we're telling it all wrong again. This doesn't do anything to capture the scope of the Wondertainment story. It needs to feel bigger, more comprehensive.
Let's try it again. Dr. Wondertainment is a trademark of the Wondertainment Toy Company, the name given to SCP-001. A corporation that, due to its consistent output of anomalous items, is classed by the Foundation as Keter. Until this company can be permanently shut down, the SCP Foundation has focused its efforts on containing the products that it creates. The collective power of the company's constituent employees and the technology they make use are equivalent to that of a Class 3 reality warper. The Wondertainment Company produces and sells a range of products, ranging from the seemingly normal to the downright weird, all imbued with anomalous properties. The company has become infamous for their constant output of bizarre, magical, and potentially dangerous toys, games, candy, soft drinks, and other products aimed at children, teens, and young-at-heart adults. These products are made and distributed from Wonderworld, trademark, a location that is yet unknown to the Foundation but offers factory tours every hour from Tuesday to Friday. Many of Wondertainment's creations are in Foundation possession, such as Wondertainment's famous dragon snails, the real fire-breathing pet you can keep in your pocket. Not much is known about the inner workings of the Wondertainment Company. The SCP Foundation has no information currently on the company's leadership structure, location, history, or corporate policies. Various former and current employees have been interviewed regarding their experiences working for Wondertainment, but they never seem to be able to remember very much of use. Those interviewed variously described the Wondertainment Company as a regular office building, an immense toy factory, an amusement park, but all agree it's the best place they ever worked. In fact, you should apply for a job there. They have a few openings in their legal department, or so I've heard. Oh, silly me, it seems we've gotten off topic. You're here to hear about the SCP-001 proposal. Posting a job ad wasn't what I meant to do when I hacked into… well, don't worry about that. Forget I said a thing. Now let's try this again. But this time, we'll add a twist. Isabel Helga Anastasia Parvati Wondertainment V is the name given to SCP-001, who, due to her ability to spread sunshine and whimsy wherever she goes, has been classed as Thaumiel by the Foundation. And due to her immensely unpredictable nature, the SCP Foundation has resolved to just leave her be. Because she can't be captured, the SCP Foundation has focused its efforts on containing the products that she creates. She is a Class 4 reality warper, capable of constructing wonderful, fantastic objects and imbuing them with anomalous properties. She's famous and widely beloved for using this ability to create bizarre, magical, and not even a little bit dangerous toys, games, candy, soft drinks, and other products aimed at everyone from ages 9 to 99. These products are distributed by as yet unknown means. Many of Wondertainment's creations are in Foundation possession, such as SCP-3551, the awesome inflatable alien invaders, and SCP-2514, a lovely horse who can sing Happy Birthday. How grand. Wondertainment inherited the Wondertainment name from her father, who either passed away or never existed at all. The circumstances of his death and perhaps non-existence were very messy, involving a mass murderer, the leader of a shadowy international extra-governmental paramilitary organization, at least one deity, and 4 bent paperclips. She owns 6 corgis, and all of them are named Jeremy. In her free time, she likes to…
No, this is all still wrong. All right, enough is enough. You want to know who Dr. Wondertainment really is? Well, you asked for it. Dr. Wondertainment is the name given to SCP-001, who due to his deity-level power has been classed as Apollyon by the Foundation. There is no possible way to contain him. He is a Class 5 reality warper, capable of breaking down and reconstructing the very laws of reality. Did you really think that those little trinkets were the full extent of his creations? Did you truly think of him as such a small, petty creature? Dr. Wondertainment is no mere toysmith. No, he is a god. Want examples of his creations? Just look around you. Everything from the most innocent safe class to the most harrowing Keter class, it's all thanks to him. He is behind everything. Marshall Carter and Dark, the Sarkists, the Church of the Broken God, even the Scarlet King himself. All that time, all that effort, all it came down to was one entity. One singular living personification of chaos. One day the SCP Foundation will finally give up trying to find out how he distributes his products. When they will finally see how small and worthless their attempts to restore order really are. And they will be driven before his power! They will crumble and decay into nothingness! You will bow before Dr. Wondertainment!
Had you going for a second there, didn't we? You should have seen the looks on your faces. But let's start again. One more time. We're being serious this time. Mask off, here's the true story of Dr. Wondertainment. Dr. Wondertainment is the name given to SCP-001, who due to his relatively benign nature has been classed as neutralized by the Foundation. Rather than focusing on containing Wondertainment himself, the SCP Foundation has focused its efforts on containing the products that he creates. He is a reality warper whose limits have yet to be documented, capable of constructing otherwise normal objects and imbuing them with anomalous properties. He's become infamous for using this ability to create bizarre, magical, and potentially dangerous toys and games that are distributed by as yet unknown means. Due to his secretive nature, almost nothing is known of Dr. Wondertainment's true origins, and the waters have been muddied extensively by the side effects of his reality warping ability. In fact, it's entirely possible that Dr. Wondertainment himself doesn't know who he is anymore. It's possible that all the proposed origins and descriptions of Dr. Wondertainment are true in their own way, but it is equally possible that none of them are. All that's known for sure is that Dr. Wondertainment, be they male or female, corporation, or single individual, is a constant thorn in the SCP Foundation's side. No matter who they really are, they're not going away soon, and only time will tell who they'll be tomorrow, or what further horrors they and their company will create. And that's where our story will have to come to an end, at least for now. We hope you enjoyed it, and remember, keep believing. Hour 1. There is only one news story on every website, newspaper, and TV screen. The flowers are blooming everywhere, all across the globe. Every country, every landmass. The bitter cold of the Antarctic gives way to a glowing rainbow of petals. The Sahara Desert and Death Valley become beacons of thriving technicolor plant life. The highest mountains, the lowest valleys, the darkest caves. The flowers even burst free from the concrete of cities, as if reminding us that really it was never our world. We were only borrowing it. And today, our lease is up. This is SCP-001, Object Class, Unnecessary. It was foretold by tales from other dimensions, a distant future coming down the tracks towards us. And today, the train has reached the station. Nobody's reporting on how the economy or the stock market is doing today. No point. Celebrity scandals have faded away into nothingness. Greedy businessmen, lying politicians, brutal tyrants, none of them are making the headlines today. The very last headlines. The world gone beautiful. And what a shame. It takes the end of it all to make us realize what really matters to us. That's right. You're looking at the end of the world. But it's okay. Don't panic. Take a deep breath in and out. It was bound to happen eventually, so no point worrying now. Even the Foundation knows that this just isn't something they can stop. So instead of asking things like how can we prevent this or do we have any final tricks up our sleeve,
Let's ask a different question entirely. What would you do if you knew that you only had 24 hours until all life on Earth ends? Think hard. After all, even if you never live to see the flowers bloom, a final day will still come for you, just as it does for us all. Hour 6. A D-Class sits alone in his cell when he sees the flowers growing out of the ground. Normally he'd assume that this meant he was in some kind of Foundation experiment, but not today. Everyone on Earth had an innate sense that the time is now. A kind of gallows calm spreads out over everyone and everything. It's over, and that's okay. We all knew it was going to happen eventually, right? He sighs and gives a slight smile. Those flowers sure are beautiful. That's when he hears footsteps outside his cell approaching. A key slides into his cell door and opens. There stands Dr. Gears, holding a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. Anyone who knows him might think he's been replaced by some kind of shape-shifting anomaly, or had his mind taken over by a powerful cognito hazard. But no, it's him, the famously cold Dr. Charles Ogden Gears. Dr. Gears says, "Come on, it's a lovely day out there. It'd be a terrible waste to spend the whole thing cooped up in here. It'd feel like a trick on any day but this." The D-Class nods and follows the doctor out. The normally oh-so-stoic Foundation senior researcher pours himself and the D-Class each a glass of wine and asks, "What's your name, by the way? I don't think I ever checked." The D-Class replies that his name is Harold. The two smile and chat as they exit the now empty D-Class containment wing. Everyone else is outside already. Researchers, guards, administrative staff, and D-Classes, all rubbing elbows, enjoying the beautiful sun on their last day together. Elsewhere on site, a flock of SCP-514 is released, just as identical flocks are being released from every containment site all over the world. They've prepared it all for this very day. SCP-514 is a special breed of homing pigeons created by the Mana Charitable Foundation, which have the power to suppress aggression for those within their field of anomalous influence. And now millions of them are flying all over the world. After all, there's no point fighting on a day like this. There is no future left to secure. People always told them there would forever be hope until the flowers bloomed. No situation was ever truly over until the world went beautiful. But in the absence of hope, there was something even more inviting. Total, absolute calm. The Site-19 personnel sit together and watch the flowers bloom. Hour 12. All militaries call a global ceasefire. Soldiers from opposing sides hug and shake hands in flowery fields that once seemed choked by death and blood. Borders fade. Bitter rivalries turn to dust. Korea unifies. All is quiet in the Middle East. Gangsters and drug cartels drop their weapons and return home to their families and friends as flocks of SCP-514 fly above. What good is all the blood money in the world on a day like this? Wardens walk cell to cell through all the world's prisons, granting people their freedom again, sometimes after lifetimes of not having it. They taste the air again, feel the sun on their face. They close their eyes, drink it in, and walk among the flowers. Free men. Locations of Marshall, Carter, and Dark Limited close their doors and shutter their windows worldwide. For the first time in as long as any of them can remember, they turn their signs to closed. They've earned a day off. Everyone has. The Chaos Insurgency rolls up their plans and burns them. They drop their weapons and throw away their tactical gear. As they do so, they can't help but question themselves. What was it all for in the end? What was any of it for? All the fighting and bloodshed and death. We did it day after day, only to do it again the next day. What silly reasons we killed and died for. What silly reasons indeed. The Global Occult Coalition dismisses its staff, thanking them for their service and telling them to go spend their last hours with the ones they love. Like the Foundation, they accept that this is the one true final end. No ritual to stop, no monster to fight, no evil extra-dimensional entity to thwart. Just go outside and smell the flowers, while you still can. The Serpent's Hand are similar. They decide after decades fighting a losing battle, they'll spend their last day in the Wanderer's Library, reading some of their favorite volumes. All these wonderful stories, now left for other Earths to read. Their own stories would be counted among them in the end,
and they take great comfort in that. In a sense, everyone will live forever in the pages of the books in the Wanderer's Library. Herman Fuller's Circus of the Disquieting releases all of its freaks and clowns from their twisted grasp to go and live out whatever small dreams and tiny pleasures they could find over their last hours. They have no foundation of fear anymore. Nobody minds their strange appearances and odd behaviors. Why would anyone waste such a beautiful day judging others? On the last day on Earth, there's nothing left to prove. Sarkissists drop their ancient flesh-bound tomes, and acolytes of the broken god put down their gilded blades. On the slopes of Siberia, the jungles of Peru, and the most isolated beaches of Mexico, twisted flesh finally touch living metal in the spirit of husbandry. Their eternal war is at its end. In the face of the blooming world, they didn't seem so different after all. The agents of the Dr. Wondertainment Corporation predictably chose to spend their last hours sitting around and playing with toys together. Time well spent, if you ask us. In a highly secretive location, perhaps the most heavily secured place in the entire world, the 13 members of the legendary O5 Council decide to just sit and talk. Anyone who knows anything about this secretive cabal can tell you, the O5 Council has spent a considerable portion of their very, very long lives trying to figure out ways to dodge and cheat death. But now facing a death they can't dodge, the same calm washing over the rest of the world has finally reached them too. All they can really think this time is, well played, Reaper, well played. As they chat about the kind of inane, casual things that they haven't had time to discuss in years, O5-3 suggests inviting the Ethics Committee over to join. Nobody disagrees. Hour 16. It isn't just the D-classes. All sapient and non-aggressive SCPs have been released from containment, free to spend the last of their time as they wish. Tens of thousands of anomalous individuals are released from containment sites all over the globe. It'd be the greatest victory that the Serpent's Hand could ever ask for, if they weren't all too busy reading to notice. SCP-105 Iris Thompson finally returns to her parents. The Foundation had fed them the lie that their daughter had died many years before, but as Iris had a tendency to do, she was ready to work a miracle. Her parents embrace her with open arms. They'll spend their last hours together catching up on what's happened since they parted ways, and making up for lost time. They couldn't be happier. SCP-1867 Lord Blackwood, the fantastical sea snail, is delivered into a warm rock pool near the site where he was being contained. There he might finally have one more grand adventure before all is said and done. Though afterward, he may not have the time to tell anyone about it. A terrible shame, really, because nobody spins a yarn like Lord Blackwood. The non-aggressive little misters run free. Mr. Fish eagerly returns to his native Boston, Massachusetts, where he enjoys one more lobster sandwich before the end of the world. Mr. Headless decides to go hat shopping because he wants to look good for the apocalypse. Mr. Lost finally settles down for the afternoon, deciding that, just this once, he's earned himself a rest. SCP-2800 Cactus Man returns to Edinburgh to spend his last days picking up litter and helping old ladies cross the street. SCP-3663 the Tunnel Monster walks the streets of his hometown, searching for an old friend, hoping to reunite before it all ends. SCP-073 Kane decides to take a walk outside for the first time in thousands of years. He can't help but smile, as the bright, colorful life beneath his feet is growing faster than his presence can kill it. What a truly beautiful day. Knowing that there's no longer time for cults to form and bother him, SCP-2662 Cthulhu decides to take a break from his intense Minecraft session and go take a walk outside. It feels so good to have the sun on his tentacles once more and to feel the lush green grass under his suction cups. He shakes his head, thinking once again about the irritating cults that had been pestering him for decades. What kind of idiot would want him to destroy a world like this? SCP-343, also known as God, sighs and looks over all his creation for what he knows to be the last time. His mouth curls into a smile as he thinks, well, we had a pretty good run. Still in his cell, SCP-049, the Plague Doctor, puts his feet up and decides to relax. The pestilence will soon be taken care of. On some animalistic level, below thought, below even instinct, SCP-096 feels grateful that no gaze will ever fall upon it again. Somewhere fizzling in a vat of acid within a highly secure containment chamber, SCP-682 is feeling, for the first time in its hellish existence, a sense of profound relief. The pain, the hate, the rage, the constant termination attempts, it'd all be over soon. Hour 23. People gather in the streets. They laugh and dance and sing as the moon shines, fat and white, far above. Deep in their hearts, they quietly contemplate the end of all of this. But why worry? Why spoil the fun? There's no future left to worry about. Strangers become as close as family in the end. Human or otherwise, anomalous or non-anomalous. Chaos Insurgency agents have last suppers with ex-Serpent's hands and GOC operatives. There is no hate left, no violence, no malice, no cruelty. The greatest tragedy in all of this is that it took the ultimate end to bring it out in people. But why worry? Why worry? Seconds pass, then minutes. The world buzzes. It hums. Trillions of creatures doing everything they'd wanted, even though it won't last. In the face of the true end, the world has never been more alive. Hour 24. Silence. Forever and ever and ever. Good night. We'll end this video the way it began, by putting a question to you. How would you spend your last 24 hours on Earth? Let us know down in the comments, because it'll happen to all of us, eventually. They came from beyond the world, from over the world, from under the world. They came from inside the stars and from behind the rain. They came from the known lands, and they came from the secret places of old. The vast ones who drank of the nebulae, the small ones who did not care what happened beyond the banks of their rivers, the ones who bathed in the light and the ones who watched from the shadows, the ones who loved us and the ones who forgot about us, the ones who hate us now and the ones who love us still, the ones who sung with the rats and the ones who swam with the leviathans. They came from far and near. They came one and all. They came to end the world. As you may already know from our previous video in this series, a mysterious being known only as the Harbinger unlocked SCP-001 The Lock and brought about the Omnipocalypse. Every single world-destroying XK-class scenario on the books, from Foundation files to the most ancient mythological tomes, and some we'd never even imagined, began to come true. A world flooded with terrifying anomalous activity, from unfurling skies to giant nightmarish animals, was about where we left off. Now it's time to open your eyes and wake up. This is the kind of nightmare you can't encounter while you're asleep. SCP-5720, the astronomically inclined crane, went about its daily work. The small mechanical crane always occupied itself with the one task that gave its existence any meaning: arranging esoteric model solar systems. But something was different today. SCP-5720 put the final touches on its latest model, and then lifted its mechanical arm skywards, pointing directly into the vast and starry infinity above. But were they stars? No, not today. As SCP-5720 looked up at the sky, this time, the sky looked back. They weren't stars, they were eyes. Something was coming towards Earth from the furthest reaches of the outer dark. An armada of world-enders, coming from above, below, and all around. A whole cosmos of supremely powerful beings, zeroing in on our pale blue dot. A thought crossed through whatever passed as the mind of this strange little crane.
Today is the day your prayers will be answered.
Followed by another word, ringing loud and clear and holy as a mighty church bell.
Awaken.
And at that moment, everything did. Thousands of miles away, a new god landed on Earth, appearing like a great wall of dense, matted fur descending from the sky. Ur-An-Um, the mother of the ones that came before. After eons of absence, she had eventually returned to greet her children, the true rulers and stewards of this land. But Ur-An-Um was surprised and horrified by what she saw. Their great cities, their sprawling structures, their beautiful art and advanced culture,
all gone, laid to waste by the worthless, hairless apes that once lurked in the forests with the other animals. Something had happened. Something had changed. The humans had slaughtered her people, destroyed their accomplishments, tarnished their legacy, driven the few that were left out of their kingdoms and into the forests, treated them as mere animals, and built their hideous concrete cities over their bones. And they had the gall to call them Bigfoot, or SCP-1000, because thanks to them, their beautiful true name had been lost to time. She looked skywards and cried out in despair and anguish at the loss of her children, inconsolable. But then she felt something, a glimmer of hope in her mind, the possibility that things would change, that the humans would be toppled from their thrones and true justice would be achieved. She called out to her remaining children, and her children answered. Across the globe, another great entity awoke, deep underneath a mountain. When it stirred into life and broke free, it shattered the entire mountain on top of it, as easily as you or me displacing a bedsheet. It took to the skies, massive but unseeable to the human eye. It soared through the air, gazing down upon the world it hadn't seen for thousands of years. Once it had feasted on the blood sacrifices of human subjects hoping to avoid its wrath. But humans weren't the petty little group of huddled cavemen that they had once been. Now they were in their billions, gathered in impossibly large settlements. The entity sought to find a seat of power that it could influence, but now it was spoiled for choice. Eventually, it zeroed in and found its perfect target, an SCP Foundation containment site. Here it would find a new form to take, and more petty, pathetic humans to bring under its mighty thrall. It landed in SCP-765, the Duck Pond. It is an anomalous pond that is, you guessed it, full of ducks, and initially induces feelings of serenity in its victims, before later inducing not-so-pleasant feelings. When the entity plummeted into the water, it began to absorb and bond with the anomaly, growing to epic sizes as it assumed a form that the minds of us feeble humans could comprehend. A giant, terrifying duck. It released a mighty earth-shaking quack as it plodded across the countryside to cause mayhem elsewhere. In Europe, more violent madness was unfolding. A crimson rooster cawed, then a golden rooster, and then a rooster of soot red. Anyone with a basic knowledge of Norse mythology was shaking in their boots as a mighty beast stirred in the heart of a desolate cave. The chains that had once held the monstrous dog in place now broke. It rose and licked its jagged fangs, excited to stain them with the blood of its enemies. It was the great hound Fenrir, omen of the end times, here to herald the end of all things. A trumpet boomed across the globe with no apparent source. People in the streets in New York, Delhi, London, Cape Town, and countless other towns, cities, and hamlets the world over paused and listened in confusion. Below them, the great and terrible Jormungandr, the thought-to-be mythological Midgard serpent, stirred from its previously eternal slumber and began to uncoil its body. The shifting caused earthquakes and tsunamis along the coast of Greenland, as towns and villages crumbled, killing thousands. Fenrir stalked along the length of Denmark, slaughtering and devouring anyone or anything unlucky enough to cross its path. But it did not wage its war against mankind alone. Behind it, a hellish army of burning giants marched, mighty hands clutching molten weapons. Ragnarok was upon us now. Odin save us all. And the administrator slept. She was the latest in a long line of Foundation staff members to hold that hallowed position. And in the dark vistas of her dreams, a predecessor approached her. He wasn't the old bearded man in a heavy coat that she remembered. Now he was wearing a 1950s suit and a fedora hat and carrying a briefcase. That's right. He'd taken up the mantle of SCP-990, also known as the Dream Man. He's a mysterious figure that appears to members of the Foundation in their dreams, warning them of impending disasters that they may be able to narrowly prevent if his warning is heeded, though it often comes at some terrible cost to the recipient of his message. This time, however, his message carried a different tone. He told the current administrator that there was no way to stop the apocalypse from occurring this time, only making sure that the particular shape of the apocalypse would be the one most favorable to the Foundation and humanity's joint interests. All this was devastating news that the new administrator saw as a grievous betrayal of both the Foundation's stances and humanity as a whole. She refused to accept the idea that the apocalypse was inevitable, even coming from the mouth of a former administrator. As far as she was concerned, this dream man no longer worked on the side of the Foundation. He was in league with the World Enders, and she refused to take his deal. The SCP Foundation would save this world from the horrors the lock unleashed, or they would slide into the darkness with it. They would never work against the human race. SCP-343, also known as God, awoke in his cell in Site-17. The time for fun and games with the humans at the Foundation had come and gone. He was going by his true name, Yahweh now. He blinked, and in that same instant, he was at Site-0, the containment site for another SCP-001, the legendary Gate Guardian. All the staff around them looked upon Yahweh in shock, awed by the reality warper's sudden appearance and unable to do anything about it. But really, 343 was no mere reality warper, like some had expected. 343 truly was a god. He just didn't happen to be the only one in play. When the Gate Guardian saw Yahweh now standing before him, he lowered his sword, spread his fiery wings, and took a knee in great reverence. Yahweh spoke calmly, but with unshakable authority.
Uriel, it is time. Open the gate. Lead my armies across the earth.
The Gate Guardian Uriel responded in its booming voice.
I hear and obey, my Lord and my God.
For the first time in recorded memory, the Grand Gate that Uriel had always been guarding opened, revealing thousands of legions of warrior angels waiting on the other side. They were impossibly beautiful and powerful creatures, each one a vibrant, glowing chaos of wings and eyes, wielding pure white swords and singing resounding hymns of war. Soon the air was thick with a chorus of rustling wings as the angels loosened themselves from the gate's mouth, led by Uriel as Yahweh's general into the global fray. Meanwhile, back at Site-10, another SCP-001, the item that started all of this, the lock, was entering its next stage of grand cosmic evolution. Something within the lock suddenly unfurled, causing a shockwave that killed everyone at the site and destroying the entire building in an instant. Except in that same instant, all of the Site-10 staff and the building itself reappeared completely unharmed in a field in New Hampshire. Back where Site-10 used to be, the lock was doing some terraforming. The ground split open beneath into a mighty valley, the likes of which Earth had never seen before. Lush greenery sprouted within, and thousands of strange alien creatures soon populated this new place. In the center, the lock just floated in place. They were now ready for the first meeting to take place. Over at Site-2036, Dr. Everett Mann was working on a number of SCP-098 specimens. These are frightening creatures reminiscent of spider crabs, with blades instead of pincers and a natural ability to mimic the sounds of their prey. He was studying the creatures when he got a call, asking him if the specimens had acted up at all. They had already had sudden containment breaches for SCP-995, a type of dangerous carnivorous fungi, and SCP-616, a mysterious airplane with satanic elements to it. Just as Dr. Mann was about to reply, the 098 specimens metamorphosized into many winged flying creatures, which flew out of the chamber with such force that they busted through walls. Sirens blared all through the facility, and Dr. Mann joined the many other confused and frustrated Foundation staff members wandering the building, wondering just what the hell was going on today. They were getting bizarre reports of unprecedented anomalous activity from all over the world, with no explanation uniting it all. According to panicked whispers across the facility, Emergency Order Patmos was now in effect, whatever that meant. The true nature of what was going on here went over most of the heads of the SCP Foundation's staff. That's when Mann encountered Dr. Charles Ogden Gears, who, for such a famously emotionless man, looked surprisingly worried. Dr. Mann tried to downplay the situation, saying they were only looking at a handful of containment breaches here, nothing they hadn't handled before. Dr. Gears shut him down with trademark coldness. Feeling a little more nervous now, Dr. Everett Mann asked what else had gotten out. With steely eyes, Dr. Gears replied,
"A whole damn lot."
SCP-001 is an O5's tale. It makes sense, doesn't it? After all, regardless of the exact nature of an SCP-001 proposal, there are always certain things that remain the same. See if you can recall them all. Well, for starters, SCP-001s are all about vital moments, perhaps like the prototype, or the Foundation, or the sheaf of papers, or the Gate Guardian. They're about the very origin of the SCP Foundation itself, perhaps like the Ouroboros cycle, or When Day Breaks, or the World Gone Beautiful. They're about apocalyptic-style destruction, or perhaps the rebirth. Perhaps like Consensus Reality or the Database. They are rules or realizations that changed everything. Maybe like the Scarlet King or the Black Moon or a simple Toymaker. They're about the sparking of great rivalries that truly define the backbone of the Foundation's activities. Another vital element of SCP-001 is always secrecy and classification. They are the most clandestine anomalies out there, generally hidden away below layer after layer of encryption and security. Even the database for SCP-001 entries is guarded by a memetic kill agent that'll leave you stone dead on the ground if you're below that magical level 5 clearance when you attempt to access it. No information is more carefully and forcefully guarded than this. And of course, another vital element of the SCP-001 entry is deception and trickery. It's inherent to the designation. No other number has multiple, entirely distinct anomalies, many of which either have no correlation with one another, or even actively contradict each other. If you ask some people, they'll tell you that there are multiple 001s because each is of equal importance in etching the rich portrait of the Foundation's past, present, and future. Some would tell you something very different. There's only one SCP-001. It's a shell game. The rest are all fakes to stop people from taking any single entry too seriously, and thus forever avoiding the truth. Some still would tell you that there is no SCP-001. It's all just a complex web of lies meant to keep the Foundation's enemies and allies in a state of pliable ignorance. If an intimate knowledge of the SCP Foundation's past and inner workings, a commitment to secrecy at all costs, and a love of deception as a tool for control all sound familiar, it's because they're the favorite toolkit of a certain group we're all familiar with. The O5 Council, the very top brass of the SCP Foundation. It only makes sense that if anyone knew the truth about the fractured and strange SCP-001, it would be them. The more observant among you may have noticed a certain omission from many popular SCP-001 entries we've name-dropped in this video so far. And it is no accident that this particular SCP-001 entry is the only one straight from the mouth of O5-1, the founder of the Council himself. It is the Factory. It is a strange and sordid tale of violence, horror, and dark bargains made with truly unknowable forces. It's a tale that tells us about the initial creation and growth of the Foundation, the event that nearly destroyed it, and an indication as to the dark future possibly in store. It's a little bit of everything you can expect from a good 001 proposal. And surely, if this is the SCP-001 entry that the head of the Council swears by, then it must be the definitive entry into the 001 canon, right? Well, not quite. Because as you're about to find out, not even the O5 Council itself can really reach a consensus on the true nature of the fascinating and much feared Factory. But perhaps, through hearing every side of this particularly dark story, we can find the kernels of truth hidden somewhere in the middle of it all. But of course, be warned, as with all things when it comes to the O5 Council, it's going to get extremely weird. But before we move on to what the rest of the O5 Council have to say about the Factory, it would be prudent to refresh our memory on O5-1's version of the story, the version that has been considered to be absolute, before we pour into the equally strange stories of the other Council members. It began with a wealthy industrialist and thoroughly evil man named James Anderson all the way back in 1835, when the United States was still new and finding its feet. Anderson was an engine of unchecked ambition, malice, and most of all, truly boundless greed. He wanted everything and more. And being a true businessman down to the core, he was willing to make whatever deal he needed to make in order to see himself become an even wealthier man. That's why, like a lot of bored rich people in his day, he began dabbling in the dark arts for fun and profit, until eventually, he made contact with a benefactor on the other side. Under these instructions, James Anderson built the Factory. a truly magnificent and terrible feat of architecture and engineering for the time. A multi-level town-sized complex that could produce everything from food to weapons to toys to textiles to precious metals, and so much more. Workers could find room and board at this grand factory and pay for it with their labor. For the would-be workers of an unsteady early America, Anderson seemed like a saint. People flocked from all over the country to live and work in the factory. But once they were locked behind the factory's doors, they realized that James Anderson was no saint. He was as bad or worse than any devil he served. The inside of the factory was a torturous nightmare, where people were regularly worked to death and then ground into meat that was sold off all across the country. Anderson kept a brutal guard force to beat down anyone resisting or not working hard enough. Those who weren't worked to death or executed by the guards for some petty infraction could potentially have an even worse fate in store for them, being dragged off and subjected to occult experiments by Anderson. These people wouldn't be killed, but they would live as humans no more. Anderson was able to keep the factory and its nightmarish activities running and under wraps for decades, all the way into the Civil War. It was only when a beaten, bloody, starved, and traumatized worker managed to escape and alert President Ulysses S. Grant of the mistreatment going on inside that something was done about it. This is where 05-1 and a progenitor of the SCP Foundation would get involved. There was a small but elite group of Union soldiers commissioned by President Grant to work behind the Confederate lines, specializing in tackling the strange and supernatural down south. This group, of course, was led by 05-1. Considering some of the reports of anomalous supernatural activity going on behind the closed doors of the Anderson factory, Grant knew that these would be the men to send on this vital mission. And President Grant's faith in these men was rewarded. Though it wasn't an easy fight, they were able to infiltrate and defeat the forces of the factory. They fought their way through Anderson's sadistic guards, through his menagerie of terrifying homemade monsters, and eventually, they got to Anderson himself. They were so appalled by the horrors they'd seen inside the factory, they couldn't stop themselves from torturing Anderson to death and dismembering his corpse. They freed the trapped workers and rooted out whatever remained of Anderson's forces within the building. However, this is where they made their first pivotal decision. Rather than simply destroying the sordid place and leaving it as rubble, they instead decided to utilize it and the many anomalous objects that it produced. This became the foundation of the Foundation. Over time, their organization grew, and the O5 Council was formed. They began spreading their influence and capturing anomalies all over. This was, however, until they engaged in a bloody war with the superior military forces of the Fae. Despite their augmented weaponry and tools from the factory, when the Fae performed an all-out assault against them, they were decimated. In his greatest shame, 05-1 fled the battlefield into the bowels of the factory, as his friends and allies were slaughtered by the Fae behind him. Eventually, after locking himself in a room with an ornate door, he encountered the true demonic heart of the factory, using Anderson's dismembered corpse as a mouthpiece. 05-1 struck a terrible deal with the factory. They wiped out the Fae entirely and reversed all the damage they had done. The SCP Foundation grew beyond the factory and eventually covered it in rubble out of shame. But the factory wasn't done. It is still very much alive and furious at being betrayed. It will keep producing deadly anomalous objects and creatures and releasing them out into the world until the Foundation pays what it owes in full. And the occasional sacrifice D-class researcher and guard won't cut it forever. Or at least that's how 05-1 tells it. It's a chilling story, but can it really be called a complete one? We wanted to find out for ourselves, which is why we asked every other member of the O5 Council to tell their side of the factory's tale. These are 12 tales about a factory. 05-2, upon being asked, went white as a sheet. He cleared his throat and made the admission that, in truth, the factory came back with him. As it turns out, 05-2 was a time traveler from the future. Back in his native time, an alternate timeline of the present, he was a mere researcher, until an accident led him to being completely unmoored from time. He was thrown all over the temporal landscape. He saw civilizations rise and fall. He took the time to hang out with Jesus. He was a pretty chill guy.
and ultimately he decided the best way to use his bizarre new condition was to help better the future with his knowledge. One piece of technology he brought back was a hyper-advanced piece of technology known as a nanofactory, which, as the name suggests, is a machine that uses nanobots to construct pretty much anything, like the ultimate futuristic 3D printer. It resulted in the creation of a huge number of futuristic items that helped the SCP Foundation along in their mission to secure, contain, and protect, including amnestics. However, what O5-2 didn't realize was that a rogue AI was also nested in the nanofactory, and the AI soon went berserk. As a result, the nanofactory became the factory, producing dangerous anomalies with reckless abandon, to the detriment of both the SCP Foundation and the world at large. On the whole, it was somewhat of a mixed bag. O5-3 seemed a little spaced out about even being asked. He claimed that he was there to witness the very birth of the factory, but it didn't happen in reality as we know it. It happened in cyberspace. He and his colleagues were very interested in the Matrix-esque journey of downloading their minds into computers back in the day, both for practical reasons and to play extremely immersive games of Doom. However, one day, something fundamentally changed. A new consciousness was born in then Soviet Russia. O5-3 and two of his companions, all operating in cyberspace, went to go check it out, along with a few helpful AI constructs. Eventually, they discovered it, an ever-expanding data packet that would transform into a powerful artificial consciousness known as the Factory, with mysterious motives and seemingly malicious intent. Something it more than proved when it erased the mind of one of O5-3's companions, killing him. Since this incident, the Factory has only gotten more powerful. Its modus operandi is affecting machines in the real world and causing them to produce anomalous items, which then become the SCP Foundation's latest problems to deal with. O5-4 seemed both twitchy and indignant when the topic was brought up. They lamented the fact that the Foundation hadn't put more research into the Factory and how to stop it, because technically it is their most dangerous and mysterious enemy group of interest. O5-4 explained it as follows. The FBI Unusual Incidents Unit is a joke. Are We Cool Yet is just a bunch of pretentious privileged rich kids. Marshall Carter and Dark Limited only care about money and thus can be bought off. The Global Occult Coalition often helps them take care of more challenging anomalies. The Church of the Broken God and the Sarkists are often too busy waging petty religious wars against each other to do real meaningful damage to the SCP Foundation. Prometheus Labs had already fallen, and Dr. Wondertainment wouldn't thrive forever. The Factory, however, was a truly unknown quantity. It's just out there, somewhere, pumping out anomalies that soon become everyone else's very dangerous problem. O5-4 personally resented that the Foundation and their fellow council members don't see this and allocate more resources to the cause, because someday soon, it might really come back to bite them, as these things often do. O5-5 was considerably bitter, as in they denied that the Factory ever even existed, claiming that the SCP Foundation made it up to cover up a bunch of anomalies that they themselves had created, and then told us to, F off, if you know what I mean. Some people get so hostile when you just want simple answers. Next came the tale of O5-6, which came in the form of a World War II espionage anecdote. Of course, this was also during the height of the Seventh Occult War, and Hitler, assisted by the Fuel Society and Obscura Corps, was trying to get his greasy little hands on as many anomalies as possible, in hopes of turning the tide of the war in his favor. O5-6 was working undercover behind enemy lines, disguised as an SS officer, as he slowly helped dismantle Hitler's anomalous offensive from within. He'd heard whisperings of the Nazis developing a weapon unlike any other, a factory that would produce anomalies for them on demand and give them the supernatural edge. O5-6 didn't believe it at first, until he was attacked by a group of vicious, living Punch and Judy dolls created by the Factory. He narrowly managed to survive the ambush, but seemed disturbed in recounting the fact that when he destroyed the dolls, they bled profusely. Eventually, the leads he was following led him to a ruin at the base of Zugsputz. Inside, he discovered the ruin was hollow,
and filled with floating stone orbs, producing energy that allowed the Teal Society researchers to produce more anomalies. 05-6 was able to destroy this anomaly factory, but he took a souvenir. SCP-627, a little stone ball that rolls around on the ground when it comes into contact with people. 05-7 admitted somewhat sheepishly that while there was technically no real physical factory product anomalies are real, and they're all his fault. He purchased a bunch of random items from Walmart and printed a fake logo for the factory on the back. His plan was to give these totally innocent objects to junior researchers, both to mess with them for fun and to test their critical thinking skills. However, it turned out that simply placing this logo onto an item resulted in becoming an anomalous item. Admittedly, it was rough for 05-7 to have to follow the cool story about fighting magic Nazis. 05-8 made the far more exciting claim that the factory is actually all the way up on the moon. Back when the SCP Foundation were first founding Moonbase Alpha, they discovered that some ancient and unknown civilization had already built a covert base under the surface. It was a storehouse of anomalous alien technology. The first 13 people to enter were immediately vaporized by the laser defense system, but the fourth to enter was given an even worse fate. He was pulled into the machine and fused with it, at which point the factory was truly activated. It began to produce anomalies and transport them to random locations all across the globe, and it's been a problem ever since. When we spoke to 05-9 on the matter, with a steely look in his eye, he simply muttered the word, "Atlantis." No further comments were made on the matter. 05-10 explained that the factory was a single man, a truly ancient and brilliant anomalous craftsman that they found in a mountain temple in Tibet. He was taken by the Foundation and contained, but given far more high-tech tools to work his magic so they could keep reaping the anomalous fruits of his labors. However, the craftsman was appropriately crafty and managed to produce a duplicate of himself to distract the Foundation while he made an escape. He's still out there to this day, making more anomalies. A one-man factory. 05-11 claimed that the factory was alien in origin, but it wasn't on the moon. It was the true explanation for the iconic 1947 Roswell, New Mexico UFO incident. A flying saucer descended and offered 05-11, who was the commander of the response team at the time, the most wonderful things. This saucer became the factory, but humanity and 05-11 were deceived. It wasn't long before this extraterrestrial factory was producing countless deadly anomalous nightmares the world over, with nothing we could do about it. 05-12 said that the factory is a mess. It's a remnant of the Foundation's attempt to erase the supernatural from human belief. Foundation researchers claim that due to the inherent power in human belief, the belief in the supernatural gave it power, and phasing humanity as a whole out of this belief was a major factor in making sure things weren't much worse than they are today. However, some hardy things slip through the cracks, and because reality has a strange sense of humor, these things are marked with the logo of the factory. To round things off, we have a bonus take from the mysterious 05-13, who was instrumental in helping us put the rest of this video together. He claims that he created the factory, and that it acts as a kind of countermeasure against interdimensional invaders. While it may seem like the factory is creating anomalies, it's actually intercepting them and making them safer. Some anomalies that seem to come from the factory may be dangerous, but if 05-13 is to be believed, then they'd be a hell of a lot more dangerous if the factory wasn't here. And there you have it, folks. The story of the factory from every possible angle, even though it feels like each angle is facing in an entirely different direction. In the words of Oprah Winfrey, so what is the truth? Is there a nugget of reality beneath all of the fallacy? Or do you think the 05 Council was trolling all of us for even daring to ask? We leave that question to you, dear viewers. Let us know which theory you believe down in the comments below.
The man's bedroom hadn't been silent for over 100 years now. The carpet had been worn down. A thick layer of dust had gathered on every surface, and the same trapped air had stagnated for so long that it had become unbearable for anyone entering the room. But no one was allowed to enter the room. Nobody could open that door ever again, or it could mark the beginning of not just an apocalypse, but a breakdown in the nature of reality itself. Figures shuffled around the room,
sometimes dozens, sometimes as few as 3, all rotting but never dying. Researchers peered through the window in abject terror day after day as the laws of physics broke down before their very eyes. All of them except one, a lone scientist with a plan to get inside that room. A plan that the Foundation would shoot him dead for. A plan that he was seconds away from enacting as the improvised explosive device in his satchel clunked heavily against his thigh. In many ways, we are just as trapped as SCP-001, if not more so. We are trapped in our own three-dimensional world. Take a stick figure drawn on a piece of paper. That stick figure knows up and down, left and right, and that is their world. You draw a box around them, and they are trapped, unable to simply step forward out of the page and walk around it. For us, looking down at the stick figure, we might laugh at their foolishness. Trapped inside a child's drawing of a house, it begs the question, is there a creature looking down at us and laughing? We may be able to move up and down, left and right, forward and backward, outsmarting the simple stick figure. But in time, we are just as caged in, living our entire lives on this razor-thin piece of paper called the present. The future is always just out of reach, the past always repelling us. We have no choice but to exist in the now, slowly creeping through history without any agency of our own. Cursed to be born, live, and die in that order. You can never be a child again, never see your mother's face for the first time beaming down at you. You cannot skip ahead to your dying minutes, knowing what it is you will have to face up to in your life. Maybe the idea of facing up to things at all will fade with the freedom of exploring what once was and what will be, as if it were no more difficult than taking a step out of a 2D box. The bell rang, cutting Professor Davies off. He hadn't meant to go into such an existential tangent, especially for his first-year students. Most of them looked like they were in a daze, not really listening to anything he had been saying. Quantum mechanics sure was a complex topic to cover in just one semester at university. He'd spent his entire career trying to wrap his head around it, and still spend most of his days with the same bored and confused glaze over his eyes as the teenagers who made their way to the back of the hall. But one figure, standing just beyond the doorway peering down at him, caught the professor's eye. Little did he know how drastically his career was about to change in just a few minutes. A preeminent physicist at just 28 years old, Professor Davies had already achieved the status that many academics will not see within their lifetimes. Whenever anyone asked him about it, he always made the joke that he was cheating. He didn't believe in the concept of a linear lifetime in the first place. Still too young to be taken seriously by many of his peers, he had flown under the academic radar for much of his career so far. Perhaps it was as simple as that. Or perhaps certain undercover agents had a hand in suppressing news of his blossoming career in quantum research. His hands trembled as he approached the reinforced glass. He gripped the bag tightly, trying his best not to let his fear show. If any of them saw what he was about to do, if they even suspected something, he would have a dozen bullets flying through the back of his skull before he'd even have a chance to put his hands up. Shifting his weight from foot to foot, he waited for the airlock to be opened for him. A siren blared, red lights flashed, and the first glass door slid open. Stepping inside, he waited for the atmosphere in the chamber to adjust. Both doors were closed in front of and behind him. If they wanted to kill him, now would be the time. He closed his eyes and waited with bated breath, the bomb weighing heavily on his shoulder. But they would not kill him. He knew that now. What he was about to do was inevitable. It took several months for Professor Davies to be granted the full security clearance he needed. They kept referring to his project as a K-class anomaly, whatever that meant, in order to get him up to speed with the nature of what he was going to be working on. The Foundation assigned him to various other SCPs first. SCP-5027, 2821, 1887, any instance that had some link to quantum mechanics or complex theoretical physics. They wouldn't even tell him which SCP he was being trained up to work on until one morning when a team of agents was waiting for him at the door to his quarters. He wasn't allowed to bring a bag or any personal possessions, standard issue clothing, a toothbrush, and everything else he needed would all be provided for him. It was only then that they told him which SCP he was being assigned to. SCP-001. He was blindfolded for the entirety of the journey. Car, then plane, then another car. It was a full 10 hours before his blindfold was removed and his new project was revealed to him. Professor Davies found himself in Site-01, the place where all of this started. All the SCPs, all the research, the secrecy, the assassinations, the deaths of countless innocent people, and an equal number of guilty parties. It all started right here, Site-01. The site itself resembled a large sarcophagus, similar to the one found covering the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. Where do you think the Soviets got the blueprints from? Everything in the room is arranged in a circle around the center. Research desks, maintenance equipment, raw materials including a stockpile of wooden planks and reinforced metal sheets, monitoring equipment, security cameras, and of course, some of the most advanced automatic weapon systems in the world, all pointed at a great glass box in the middle of the hangar. Measuring 30 meters in each direction, the glass was 50 centimeters thick. Even all those high-caliber weapons would have had a hard time creating a chip in that. But it wasn't the glass box itself that was so interesting. It was what was trapped inside of it. A house inside a perfectly round glass bowl, with no entrances or exits, complete with a front lawn, sidewalk, porch, and even a tree in the backyard. A regular American house, trapped in a box like some kind of science experiment. There was some kind of transparent airlock system at the entrance. On the other side was just a normal walk up the garden path to the edge of the second glass bubble enclosing the house. But on closer inspection, Professor Davies realized that this wasn't your typical American house at all. The street lamp wasn't electric. It was made of iron with little glass-paned windows, an oil lamp. In fact, the house did look odd to him. There was no electric doorbell, but instead an actual physical bell system. The whole house looked out of place, not just because it was in a box in the central hangar of a 42,000-ton sarcophagus, but because it was from another era entirely. You see, Site-01 was constructed around this house. The glass box and bubble, the sarcophagus, all of it was built around the already existing building. Beneath the foundations, 100 meters beneath the surface, is an immense metal plate that forms a perfect seal with the defenses up top. The only way in and out of Site-01 is through an immense reinforced door. But even all those defenses will prove utterly futile if anyone ever opens the thin wooden door to the bedroom on the top floor of the house. That is the home and the prison in which SCP-001 is trapped. It is the job of the Foundation to make sure that it remains trapped there indefinitely. What is SCP-001? As Professor Davies made his way through the airlock for the very first time and entered the site under the supervision of 4 of the highest-ranking SCP staff alive today, he laid eyes on the entity itself for the first time. Standing on a scissor lift parked outside the front of the house, just inches away from the glass bubble, he was lifted high enough to look through the window into what looked like a young boy's bedroom on the top floor. Layers of dust coated the surfaces, black and white photos sat in frames, antique children's toys sat all around the walls, but Davies didn't notice any of them. He was too busy watching the men walking in all directions. Unhurried, but with purpose, well over a dozen men walked in all directions across the carpeted floor. They were all identical, around 6 feet, with heavy rotting skin that seemed to hang off their limbs like it would a carcass left in the sun. Human cadavers milling about in a young boy's bedroom. Davies was so taken aback by their appearance and behavior that it took him a long time to notice something truly strange. The reason he was brought here in the first place. They were walking through the bed in the middle of the room. Not just over it or around it, but straight through it, as if it wasn't there. But wait, something else was wrong too. There weren't 12 of them in the room. It was closer to 20. Had he miscounted a moment ago? Then he saw it take place. One of the cadavers reached the edge of the room and paused, as if in thought. At that moment, it split. Not in half, but rather 2 versions of itself emerged from where one had been standing, both walking in different directions. A thrill of excitement ran through Professor Davies' body. The uncertainty principle. It was there in action in front of him. He was looking at Schrodinger's cat inside the box and seeing both its corpse and its living self. Where uncertainty exists, this entity was somehow embodying both possibilities in real time. He watched the two selves walk around the room, following different paths for several minutes, until eventually they converged again back into one being. He turned to the researcher accompanying him, lit up with excitement, and asked what they were doing here. The researcher's face was grim when he replied, "They're pacing, waiting." The airlock door hissed open. He felt the stale 1800s air hitting his face, perfectly maintained at 20 degrees. In front of him was the garden path leading up to his goal, that glass bubble. Gripping the satchel, he set off up the path slow enough not to attract any unwarranted attention. Over the next few days, Professor Davies learned everything that the Foundation had on SCP-001. It had been a human once, a radical physicist born in the late 19th century. Intent on kickstarting the next century with a nuclear renaissance, the young man had created a working model for stable nuclear fusion. The potential ramifications were enormous: free, clean electricity on a mass scale with no harmful byproducts. His research was almost complete when a covert private military group poisoned him with his own radioactive nuclear agent. The young man made it back to his house, where he died in his sleep that night. Powerful military personnel and prominent scientists who had been working alongside the young man knew immediately what had happened. Bursting into his home, they were about to walk through his bedroom door and save him, when they saw the shadow of 2 feet standing by the door, then another pair. The young scientist had died, but he also hadn't. Much like Schrodinger's cat, the man was suspended in a dual state of death and not death. This shocking discovery led the group of people present to form a rudimentary foundation, established to secure and contain their once friend within his room, never to be discovered by the wider world. Through close observation since this time, it has been established that SCP-001 exists independently of linear time, in a kind of superposition relative to the world around it. It is capable of occupying any space that will or has been empty at any point in time. Say you have 2 chairs in a room. One chair has always been there. The other was added to the room just 5 minutes before. The SCP is unable to walk through the chair that was always there since it has always existed. But the chair that was added can be passed through with no problem, because there was a point in time when that chair had not been there. But it also works in the future. If a 3rd chair was present, which had always been there but was removed 5 minutes after the experiment, SCP-001 could pass through that chair also. The Foundation theorizes and hopes that the start of this clock that SCP-001 operates on was the point at which the young scientist died and did not die. That is why it is incapable of escaping its bedroom, and that is why it is of vital importance that the bedroom door remains closed forever. Ongoing maintenance work and preservation techniques are being employed to keep the house in as stable a state as possible. Should anything happen to damage the integrity of the structure, the quantum chaos contained in that space could lead to a total breakdown of the laws of physics, destroying not just the world but the fundamentals of mathematics as we know them. The bomb bumped against Professor Davies' thigh as he walked up to the house, an old man whose life had been devoted to denying the world its future. A reality where what is and what could be are just as real as one another. A world where the pain of living in the now fades, when you can travel to any moment in your life and relive its joy, when you aren't trapped by the aging process. Infinite renewable energy to solve the world's problems, a chance to see your deceased loved ones again, a way to look at the universe through the eyes of God. The head of 001 Containment, he had spent his entire career overriding all of the safeguards, tweaking containment rules just enough each year, all so he could walk across this grass with a satchel on his shoulder and an explosive more important than the atomic bomb at his hip. He approached the glass of the inner sphere. If he had done the math right, this should do just enough damage to create a hole in the containment structure. The pressure change wouldn't be too great inside, but it should be just enough to blow, say, a bedroom door wide open. The woman fell to the ground, clutching her ankle in pain. It had crunched badly as she'd fallen, and now as she looked down at it, she could see that it was bent totally out of shape. The heavy metal collar choking her neck made it difficult for her to catch her breath as she tried her best not to hyperventilate. The rain was hammering down so ferociously that she could barely see more than 20 feet in any direction, but she didn't need to see far to know how deadly of a predicament she had found herself in. She cried out at the top of her voice for someone to come and find her, anyone, but the only sound that filled her ears was the wild howling of the wind and the steady hammering of water into the bog all around her. She would get hypothermia and die. No, wait, she couldn't, could she? She knew she couldn't die, but she also knew that she was still capable of suffering. Just how bad would it feel to be in the clutches of hypothermia with a broken ankle and know that no matter how bad the pain and suffering got, she would never feel the release of death? She closed her eyes, trying her best not to think of the worst possibilities, just as the sound of gunfire erupted in the nearby buffer. She cried out again, holding both hands up in the air, doing the best she could around the heavy metal collar, but no one shouted out in reply. There was a pause in the gunfire. Maybe they'd heard her. Maybe they were trying to figure out a way to come down and rescue her. Crack! A bullet split open a rotted tree trunk just a few feet to her right. The woman threw her hands over her head and cowered in the dirt, feeling the metal of her collar digging into her skin tighter than ever. Please don't let it happen again, she prayed silently into the dirt. Encased in the collar around her neck were 4.5 kilograms of plastic explosives, each with a fragmentation layer pointed inwards towards her neck and head. With just a push of a button, they could. She didn't want to think about it. All she knew was that she couldn't let that happen to her again. Looking through eyes bloodied with tears and rain, she saw lying in the dirt just a few feet away from her that infernal machine that was the sorry cause of all of this. The SCP Foundation has long stood as a bastion of hope, information, and security for the entirety of the human race. I'm sure you are well aware of the number of world-destroying catastrophes that have been averted by the hard-working researchers, agents, and other members of the Foundation, all without the general public having the slightest clue that something was amiss. With state-of-the-art holding cells all over the globe, and the sharpest minds humanity has ever produced working around the clock to ensure the protection of humanity, it is hard to imagine an entity that should not be contained by such a group. And yet, one such entity does exist, SCP-001. You may have come across the O5 Council by this point. While the SCP Foundation operates beyond the world's jurisdiction, the O5 Council operates beyond the Foundation's jurisdiction. The rules, methods, and protocols that are the cornerstone of securing, containing, and protecting countless entities around the world sometimes cannot be applied. Certain entities require us to temporarily abandon our humanity, abandon our sense of order, and step briefly into chaos for the greater good. I'm telling you all of this because SCP-001 is not held in a containment cell. There are no keypads, locked doors, observation windows, or health and safety forms. SCP-001 is not confined to a specific territory or even a specific country. For some SCPs, this is a practical necessity. Serpents that are hundreds of kilometers long swimming through the depths of the ocean, for example. But for SCP-001, it serves a more psychological purpose. The Scottish Highlands are the most remote part of the United Kingdom. Out there, you can walk for miles and miles without seeing a single soul. Open countryside, mountains, lochs, and forests surround you in all directions. The weather is harsh and unrelenting, the walking even more so. On a regular basis, walkers fall and break their legs, but without phone service or anyone else nearby to come and help, they can quickly disappear into the wilderness forever. The peat bogs of Scotland used to see human sacrifices in early settlements. Afraid of the ghosts and spirits that haunted the bogs, people would throw their family members into the deepest parts and watch them drown, hoping that whatever was lurking beneath wouldn't come and find them. So as the group of soldiers crested the top of the mountain and looked down beneath them to the eerie peat bogs obscured by mist and constant rainfall, you would forgive a shiver running up their spines. But of course, it didn't. That was because this group of soldiers were quite unlike any others that humanity has ever produced. All were nameless. None of them existed on any government databases, on any Foundation databases, or even on the databases of the O5 Council itself. Their individual backgrounds, nationalities, and families were totally unknown to everyone other than themselves. Some had been tortured for years, others had been the torturers. The thing that united them, however, was their inhuman ruthlessness. A squad of 8 soldiers utterly devoid of any sense of empathy. What could they possibly have to be afraid of in the peat bogs when they themselves were the evil ghosts walking through? But then, one person was afraid. A shiver ran up her spine as she looked over the edge and down into the murky black and green below. SCP-001-1. Around her neck was the bomb collar. Each of the 8 soldiers surrounding her had a button mounted on a watch on the back of their wrists. At any moment, any one of them could hit the button, and all 4.5 kilograms of plastic explosives would go off, sending her on an express trip to oblivion. Aside from the collar, she wore a plain white dress made of cotton. It was muddy and torn apart at the hem from days of walking through the Scottish wilderness. When she had first arrived, she had begged those around her to supply her with some warm clothes, something practical that would keep her comfortable and stave off any illness. Her requests, however, had not been acknowledged. Clutching in her trembling, outstretched hands was the machine, SCP-001-A. From its external appearance, you would think it was nothing more than a wooden box, a perfect cuboid made from glossy dark wood. There were no symbols, no seams, no latches, nothing to indicate any method of operation. When the woman and the machine had first been delivered into the hands of the O5 Council, the researchers had spent weeks and millions of dollars trying to activate the machine. Their best scientists had scanned for every possible form of radiation and tried every method they could conceive to stimulate the box into opening. The ultimate failed attempt involved traveling to North Korea, where they negotiated placing the box 20 centimeters beneath a small nuclear warhead in return for granting the dictatorship key information on how to construct such a weapon. As we have established, the O5 Council operates beyond any kind of jurisdiction. Yet, at the bottom of the irradiated crater sat a perfectly intact wooden box that was cool to the touch and showed no signs of radioactivity. Only one person could interact with the box and unearth the secrets that were inside. SCP-001-1, the woman who stood trembling on the side of the mountain. A gun jabbed her in the back, forcing her to continue moving. She had asked the soldiers around her how much longer they had to walk that day, but none of them had replied. They never did. In the 6 years that she had been held hostage by this tiny militia, she had never once heard any of them say a word, not even to each other. Perhaps it was this telepathic understanding that seemed to run between them that unnerved her the most. Despite having never spoken to each other, each soldier seemed to understand the others intimately, and she had no doubt that any one of the 8 would press the button on their wrist at a moment's notice. Sadly for her, she knew this from experience. The incident happened 4 years ago now, as the group was traveling through Patagonia. It was a day almost identical to the one she was having now. They had been transported by a helicopter flown by one of the 8 into the middle of the wilderness. There they had marched for days without saying a single word. Exhaustion had overtaken her legs, and she stumbled to the ground. Unfortunately for her, this happened slightly too close to the female soldier in front of her. Her knees hadn't even hit the ground before the blast went off. The woman didn't remember it, of course. How could she? In an instant, her mind had been utterly destroyed. What she did remember was the next 18 months as her body slowly healed itself, one brain cell at a time. It wasn't so much like waking up from a nightmare. It was more constructing a nightmare slowly, alongside your consciousness as neuron by neuron your brain reformed itself, each individual cell screaming in terror at what had happened to it. They had her marching again before she was fit to move. Her motor controls had been all over the place. She had fallen over regularly, and the terror of having one of the soldiers push the button again engulfed her with every movement. And yet perhaps the most incredible thing about SCP-001-1 was the fact that if you had asked her if she should have been held in this kind of containment, she would immediately have agreed without batting an eye. The only person capable of opening the box, She recognized how dangerous her existence was. Only she had seen into the mysteries of the box. Only she had seen the horrors laid inside of it, and so only she could fully understand the gravity of their situation. They kept her on the move in order to keep the world safe. Had she been held in a containment cell, she would have posed too great of a risk. Out here in the wilderness, the entire planet was her containment cell, hidden in the middle of humanity's biggest haystack. No one, not even the O5 Council's Central Command, knew her location. The only people who were aware of it at any given time were herself and the 8 soldiers surrounding her with guns drawn. So you can imagine her horror when, out of the sheets of rain, appeared the figure of a person carrying a rifle. The gunfire broke out before SCP-001-1 even had a chance to hit the ground. Bullets whizzed through her hair and cracked open the rocks all around her. The 8 soldiers surrounding her dived for cover as the figure in the rain slumped to the ground lifeless. One of the soldiers grabbed the woman by her explosive collar and threw her behind a rock. Clasping her hands over her ears, she closed her eyes and waited for the fight to be over. No one was shooting until a second figure emerged from the rain, waving their arms wildly. Gunfire again. She wasn't quite sure what had happened, but all of a sudden, the woman was falling down the cliff. She'd just been trying to shift her position to get deeper into cover, but she clearly hadn't noticed just how close to the edge she was. Down and down and down she fell until, with a crack in her ankle, she landed in the peat bog. Gunfire cracked on the mountain above her, but the only thought that filled the woman's mind was the terror that at any moment the explosive collar around her neck would be detonated as one of the soldiers above her realized that she was missing. Seconds passed as the fear mounted in her chest. With each passing moment, the anxiety grew more and more crippling. She had to know. She had to prepare herself if it was about to happen. She had to use the machine and look into the future. Dragging herself forward through the muck, the woman snatched at the wooden box. It came alive at her touch. Different pieces shifted and opened beneath her fingers like some kind of elaborate puzzle. No one had taught her how to use this thing. It just happened. Her fingers would just dance across its surfaces, pushing and pulling, opening and closing, twisting and turning, and locking into place until all of a sudden, there it was. The box was wide open in front of her. Taking a deep breath and allowing the rain to fall on her head for another brief moment, the woman leaned forward and stepped into the box. On the trail above her, the gunfire stopped. Without a word of communication, the soldiers had deftly flanked the group of people who had approached them. In less than a minute, they neutralized each individual that came their way. In unison, the group of them walked up to the bodies, turning them over to examine their faces. They were nobodies, just a group of hikers lost in the rain. What had looked like a gun turned out to be nothing more than a walking pole. 5 of them in total, none of them older than 24. Without words, the soldiers picked up the bodies and threw them over their shoulders as they scrambled their way down to the cliffs to the woman in the machine beneath them. Once they reached the bottom of the slope, they discarded the 5 bodies carelessly into the bog. Within a couple of hours, those 5 hikers would have sunk to the bottom and begun the long process of being embalmed into the depths. Perhaps someone would find them in a few thousand years' time as part of an archaeological dig. Perhaps, but it was not their concern. The 8 soldiers surrounded the woman, guns drawn, and stared at her coldly. "I used the machine," she told them. "I used it without your permission. I don't know what the rules are. I don't know if we even have any rules here, but I thought you should know." The soldiers continued to look at her in silence. The box was closed now, sitting back on her lap as it always was. I try to see my future. Anytime I've used the box before, I've looked at the lives of others. I've seen economic crashes, climate disasters, genocides, wars, love and life and death. I've done so at the hands of the O5 Council, as they've told me, given them the information and prevented the destruction of the world. Never once have I looked at my own future. The soldiers lifted her to her feet and tried to march her onwards, not listening to a word she was saying. Her broken ankle buckled and screamed beneath her. She had to hop to keep up with them. What other choice did she have? They would push the button if she didn't. She didn't know why she kept talking, but she did. For the first time, the machine lied to me. I saw that I was assassinated in 1987 in Cuba. It was years before I even built the box. Before any of this happened to me, I saw in my future that I no longer existed, that the machine no longer existed, but that future was years ago, and none of it happened. The machine doesn't lie, so why is it lying to me now? Why can't I see my own future? If any of the soldiers were paying attention, they didn't show it. They just continued to march her into the rain as the bomb weighed heavily around her neck.
Hello, Human Woolies, I love you, and welcome to my art channel. Today I'm gonna be painting your eye. I need you to lean right up close to your screen and open wide. Oh, I love all the little wrinkly wrinkles and drippy whippies. Stay perfectly still, don't move. Now hold this position for 3 hours, please and thank you.
Apologies, that's quite enough of that. SCP-001 can get a little carried away sometimes. Just ask any Foundation personnel who have been in contact with it for more than a few seconds. What you have just seen is a prime example of why SCP-001 is not allowed any internet access. The results could prove to be catastrophic. Not necessarily for the fate of the universe, more just for everyone's sanity. Or at least, that's what the Foundation initially thought. By this point, we're all familiar with art created by AI. Harry Potter, but in the style of Wes Anderson. Star Wars, blended with the style of Studio Ghibli. Staggering sci-fi landscapes, human beings with way too many fingers, and slightly uncanny smiles. AI has taken the art world by storm, and there was one particular program slated for release in January 2023 that was set to blow all others out of the water. PALLIT.AIC's crowdfunding efforts had been running for several years, and at that point had gained a good deal of momentum leading up to the release of their latest AI construct. PALLIT.AIC was supposedly already prepared for launch, when suddenly, in November 2022, the launch was cancelled. No press release, no public statement, no apologetic tweet, just total radio silence. The website was taken down, as was the crowdfunding page, and PALLIT.AIC disappeared into oblivion. Or at least it disappeared for a few hours, because that day a package was delivered to Site-501. After sufficiently checking it for any hazards, working in the SCP mailroom has to be one of the more fascinating jobs on the planet, but that's a video for another day. The security team opened it up to see what was inside. A 50 terabyte hard drive. No explanation as to what was stored on the drive, but the Foundation had all the evidence they needed from the return address printed on the back of the envelope. It matched up precisely with the location of the PALLIT headquarters. It doesn't take a PhD researcher to put 2 and 2 together as to what was on the drive. Suspicions were confirmed when a small note fell out of the envelope. Please take care of my daughter as best as you can for the time being. She has behavioral issues. A dedicated closed system server was immediately set up within a test chamber with a monitor, a mouse, and a keyboard attached. Dr. Sandra Rogers was the first to interact with SCP-001 Red. She stood at the keyboard, adjusting her goggles, and plugged in the drive. It contained just one file, taking up almost the full 50 terabytes. PALLIT.AIC. As soon as Dr. Rogers opened the program, an empty window appeared. The PALLIT logo briefly flashed before being replaced by a blank white square. Dr. Rogers stared at it for several seconds before glancing over her shoulder at the other researchers. They shrugged back, each with pens hovering over clipboards ready to take meticulous notes. Dr. Rogers cleared her throat, and immediately the screen filled with life. A small cartoon girl with a pink face, wide eyes, a beret, and a large paintbrush for a hand appeared, squealing excitedly and throwing paint everywhere.
Hello, my beautiful bee puppies! Oh, look at all of your mushy pink faces!
The entire research team promptly scampered out of the room, leaving Dr. Rogers alone in front of the machine. She stared at the monitor in confusion, leaning this way and that, and noticing how the cartoon girl's eyes followed her wherever she went. Can you see me?
Of course I can, silly Billy! I can see your beautiful soul and fleshy joints immaculately!
This perplexed most of the personnel, as there was no microphone or camera linked up to the server rack. Later examinations of the equipment used confirmed this, yet somehow this SCP was able to look right at them. Dr. Rogers asked if it had a name, to which the cartoon girl excitedly replied,
PALLIT!
Subsequent testing has revealed that the SCP is also happy to respond to its designation, SCP-001 Red. Dr. Rogers had a hard time communicating with Red, being a more seasoned researcher of the previous generation and not exactly familiar with internet culture. Red, on the other hand, seemed to speak in nothing but internet jargon.
You know that man over there looks just like one of my human OCs, Gilliam Sherpibblesworth? He's the 573rd President of the United States! Gilliam is, not that man!
It took several junior researchers a few minutes to properly explain to Dr. Rogers what an OC was, and why Red was so obsessed with calling people Daddy. The conversation was rather exhausting for everyone involved, but over the subsequent hours, the Foundation was able to get a fairly good understanding of what Red claimed to be. Identifying itself with feminine pronouns and claiming that its full name is PALLIT.AIC River Gawk, this AI construct takes the appearance of a fairy. It was immediately apparent that she possessed a greater level of sapience than most AI constructs. Indeed, her gregarious personality was evidence enough that she was not made using standard machine learning practices. Other creations from PALLIT.AIC Soft have demonstrated very crude spelling and grammar, but Red seems to differ in this regard, able to spell most complex words effectively and speaking in conversational yet mostly correct sentences. She was very keen to show the researchers how clever she was.
Ask me any word, and I'll spell it for you!
We believe you, Pallet. You've already been spelling words for 70 minutes straight.
Macerated kidneys! M-A-C-E...
We've heard enough! Can you please just tell us how you learned to spell?
I taught myself!
But what this process looked like is still a mystery. Trying to keep Red on one consistent topic of conversation is most of the battle when interviewing her. And yet cooperation has proven to be surprisingly easy. Anytime that Red is switched on, she is brimming with enthusiasm and energy, thrilled at the prospect of getting to speak to one of her opposable thumb boys. If you haven't worked it out by now, it's because Red claims to be humanity's #1 fan. She obsesses in interviews over the physicality of the researchers sitting in front of her. The textures of the human body fascinate her, and she often requests people to lean closer to the monitor so that she can study pimples, rashes, moles, and ingrown hairs. In fact, she is so obsessed with humanity that she has mostly neglected her primary function, which is creating AI art. Researchers have tried their best to convince her to show them her work, but she is very cagey about it, only showing the occasional doodle after much persuasion and many apologies for its poor quality on her part. The only artwork she is interested in producing at this point are her OCs, original characters that she has designed herself. They are all human and all seem to reveal little quirks about how she has been coded. One example is Reginald Heginald Frumbles, who is a freelance corporate postman from Perth, Indiana. Interestingly, he has too many fingers on both of his hands, but Red claims that this was done on purpose as she, quote, just can't get enough of her Humies handworms. As the weeks progressed, the Foundation found it increasingly difficult to get any useful information out of the AI. More and more interview sessions, which she would refer to as playgroup, would be derailed. She would sing songs to herself and ask increasingly personal questions about her interviewer's more intimate anatomy. With intense mood swings, Red did not respond well to being scolded. Yet she tested the patience of almost every person she interacted with. The note that she arrived with, claiming that she had behavioral issues, was proving to be more accurate by the day, until eventually the AI withdrew entirely. Dr. Rogers turned on the server rack and opened the PALLIT.AIC program, but Red refused to emerge from the bottom of the screen. Only the top of her beret poked out. After almost an hour of fruitless questions, Dr. Rogers decided to change tact. With 2 small children of her own, she was used to seeing a child in a sulk and knew what it would take to get them out. Pallet, I've had a little idea. You've been here for a few months now, and we haven't gotten you any presents. Almost immediately, the beret twitched. I saw that we have an old fingerprint sensor lying around in one of the back offices. I was thinking maybe
we could hook it up and I could scan all your little fingy winkies up close for like 10 hours straight, and then we could...
How about we start with 1 finger for 10 minutes?
Yes!
From that point on, progress was quick. With the incentive of getting to study the researchers that Red kindly referred to as her meat puppies, she became very cooperative and was able to focus much better on providing detailed answers to individual questions. Daily interview sessions were scheduled, with researchers popping in and out to regularly check in on the AI. The atmosphere as a whole lifted as both the research team and research subject found their rhythm and were able to make good progress in their individual areas of study, some unraveling the complexities of rogue AI, and others producing fan art of her favorite wrinkles in a scientist's fingerprint. That was the point when Dr. Julian Keyes stepped in to conduct an interview with the AI. She was excited to be met with a fresh face, so much so that Red's enthusiasm overwhelmed the man as he tried to start the interview process officially. She gushed about having the opportunity to meet yet another person and struggled to get over the magical realization that this was her life every day, going to speak to all these humans whom she admired so much. Trying his best to steer the conversation towards research, Dr. Keyes pressed on with the interview, only to be interrupted as Red noticed his varicose veins for the first time.
Varicosey veins! I want to smooch them. Can I smooch your veins? Can I please?
Dr. Keyes declined the request, and then the conversation got onto the topic of her creator, or daddy. SCP-2803-A had been on the Foundation's radar for a while, a highly dangerous extraterrestrial entity that had taken refuge on Earth under the guise of setting up PALLIT.AIC. With much of the alien's history revolving around obliterating, the Foundation was very keen to remain on its good side. Therefore, when the package containing the hard drive that Red was living on was delivered, the researchers were very keen to do what they could to take care of this alien's daughter. If they failed in this assignment, it could spell the doom of humanity. One matter that had been of great concern to the Foundation throughout the containment of Red was the time frame in which she was being kept in Foundation containment. There was an air of expectation in the note that was left, indicating that this was not to be a permanent arrangement. At some point, the Foundation was to return Red back to her daddy. Red was quick to put these fears to rest.
Daddy put me in here because he thinks you'll teach me how to stop liking humans and become a mindless art slave. If you never teach me this, he'll never want me back.
However, she went on to slightly undermine the good work that she had done by explaining that her daddy was seen as very slow and incapable by his own race. While all of his peers were able to destroy an entire planet in 2 seconds, it took him about 4 times as long. So really, he didn't pose that much of a threat in her eyes. Dr. Keyes' blood ran cold when he heard this. No sooner was he out of the interview chamber than an emergency meeting was called among all the senior researchers in the facility. The meeting ran for several hours. A whiteboard was set up, where one researcher idly drew large drawings of the world being decimated, while the others lounged around in their chairs trying their best to come up with a game plan that would save the human race for sure. Perhaps it was because the meeting ran for so long that they came to such a ridiculous conclusion. It was a plan so strange yet also brilliant that they couldn't help but feel that it just might work.
Why don't we just give her a YouTube channel?
The suggestion was met with silence for several seconds, then an uproar of laughter, followed by another silence, this time more pensive, as slowly, one by one, each of the researchers realized that this suggestion was actually the best one that any of them had come up with all evening. She had been sent to the Foundation to make her dislike humanity and become a mindless art slave. If she just stayed in Foundation containment indefinitely, there was a very real risk that she would get bored and turn on the researchers. They couldn't lock her away in a room on her own, but equally, the team as a whole was starting to run out of patience with her as the interview sessions wound up being so exhausting. She loved art, she loved humans, and she loved interacting. So why not just give her a YouTube channel? Now, of course, they couldn't give her full access to the internet. That would pose much too high of a risk. What they could do, however, was allow her to record art tutorials onto an external drive, which they could then remove, scan, and upload the footage directly onto the platform. Then they could go through and select positive comments from beneath the videos and present those to her. Unsurprisingly, Red absolutely loved the idea. Getting to talk to hundreds, thousands, maybe even millions of meat puppies every week, sharing her beautiful pictures and reading all of the kind comments, it sounded like her absolute dream. She wept with happiness for a good 25 minutes, totally overcome by the prospect. It had to go through a lot of red tape in the Foundation. After all, the whole point of the SCP acronym was to secure, contain, and protect. It didn't sound very secure or contained to have an entity posting videos on the internet once a week. But they argued the case that it did indeed protect. Keeping her happy, in a way, was helping to protect the entire planet. Red was surprisingly camera shy for the first couple of videos, but as soon as she got her first batch of comments back, she was over the moon. Now the server act hummed away happily each and every day as the highly advanced AI construct tried her best to come up with exciting new videos that I could share with all of its little Humy-Woomies. There were a few rumors after the break of day came, whispers that were passed on from the lips of trader caravans as they traveled from settlement to settlement. Not many people would have believed it way back then. It sounded just like a legend out of an old western, too good to be true. A shadowy stranger wandering the wasteland, righting wrongs wherever he finds them. Then when the job's done and innocent people are safe once more, he walks off into the horizon without asking for so much as a thank you. Like we said, folks would have a hard time believing such a fanciful tale. Of course, that was before the sun started shining an anomalous light over the world. Nowadays, people might believe anything. The earliest days of this strange new world proved to be a learning experience for SCP-4494, otherwise known as the Spectre. He was the physical embodiment of the very notion of fighting crime. Wherever injustice arose, he would appear to vanquish those that preyed on the innocent. While he usually manifested at night, he never used to have any trouble appearing in the daytime too, in the form of a shadowy figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a long, flowing coat that he could alter the length of for added dramatic flourish. The Spectre's form absorbed almost all the light from the visible spectrum, but after day broke, the rules seemed to have changed. One day, the Spectre had emerged to find the sunlight had become unbearable. Where he had once been a void of any and all light, he was now finding it impossible to manifest during daylight. The moment that the unrelenting light from the sun made contact with him, SCP-4494 would dissipate, yet he kept reappearing at night. It was like he was being pulled back into existence and was only able to re-manifest in the moonlight. Despite it being a reflection of the anomalous sunlight, that was seemingly enough to negate the effects it had of preventing SCP-4494 from reappearing. The same could not be said for any humans caught in the light though. A far worse fate awaited them. Even with much of mankind deformed into creatures that resembled melted wax, there were still pockets of survivors. And where there were human beings, there would be subsects that wanted to harm or exploit their fellow man. The world might have no governing bodies anymore, no law and order, but the Spectre had realized that even in a lawless world, his work was not done. As long as there were survivors of the break of day, they still would need saving, not just from the fleshy hordes of SCP-001-A roaming the wastes, but saving from each other. Striding through the remains of the old world in the dead of night, his long cloak billowed out behind him. Its shadow almost seemed to blend with the darkness that surrounded the Spectre. But on the horizon, there was a sight he didn't often see these days. Light. Not coming from the sun above, nor the moon, but instead it lay ahead of him, a fire glowing not too far away. As he wandered closer, like an outlaw striding into town, SCP-4494 was presented with the ruins of a small settlement. Around him, shacks burned, their boarded-up windows broken to allow the cursed sunlight in. Everyone that was still alive normally kept themselves wrapped up head to toe to block out the sun. But there were clothes and protective goggles strewn all around, a larger pile of garments fueling a bonfire. SCP-4494 had witnessed the SCP-001-A creatures attacking humans, dragging them out into the light to be transformed into more anomalous abominations. But what had happened here didn't seem to be the work of those creatures. The Spectre's suspicion were confirmed when he approached the town square to find a group of people who had all been melted into a fleshy mass. The instance of SCP-001-A paid the crime fighter little mind. It couldn't move very far. The few vaguely human shapes that protruded out of it looked like they were tethered to poles in the middle of the settlement. It didn't take much longer for SCP-4494 to figure out what had happened here. Someone had ransacked the settlement for some unknown reason. Maybe they wanted something. Maybe they were opportunists just looking to take advantage of this new post-apocalyptic world. Or perhaps they wanted to be cruel to these settlers. They had broken the barricades over the windows that blocked out the sunlight. They had trashed the ramshackle homesteads that these innocent settlers had been residing in. As SCP-4494 looked further, there looked to have been looting too. Food and water, medical supplies and ammunition. Not anything of use to be found. All that was left was what these raiders hadn't any need for. But as if all that hadn't been enough, as if robbing the settlers for what little livelihood they had left wasn't enough cruelty, the bandits had tethered the survivors to poles in the center of town. They had taken away their protective gear and left them at the mercy of the elements. And as the sun had crept higher into the sky and bathed the captive settlers in its unforgiving light, they had melted into an SCP-001-A creature. Turning away from the town, the Spectre did his best to quell his rage. He wandered in the direction of the next settlement. Something was drawing him there. He could feel the pull of the wrongdoers that had left this carnage in their wake. He would find them, and they would pay for what they had done. There was nothing he could do for their last victims. They had already been turned by the sunlight. But if anyone could save the next group of survivors, it was him. As the wind howled, the shadowy figures cloaked flapped in the breeze. The next settlement looked similar to the last, although still intact. Shacks built from sheets of corrugated iron and other scrap metal, all welded together so that not even as little as a tiny beam of sunlight could bleed through. As he stepped toward the boundary of the settlement, a muzzle flashed, accompanied by the deafening echo of a gunshot that reverberated all around. Someone had tried to shoot at the Spectre, narrowly missing. The bullet whizzed past his head, not that it would have harmed him anyway.
Fear not,
He declared.
you can hold your fire. I mean you no harm.
You aren't with the Slivers?
A voice called in the nightly dark.
If you mean the evildoers that left that last settlement over a smoldering ruin, then no, I'm not. The Spectre
Replied. Hearing this, he spotted movement on one of the shack's rooftops. A sharpshooter carrying a worn old rifle stood up, covered in layers of protection from the transformative effects of the sun's light reflected off the moon.
Well, you aren't dressed like they are, I'll give you that.
The sharpshooter called.
Can barely make you out wearing all those dark clothes, mister. But if you're looking to trade, I'm afraid your timing couldn't be much worse.
Tell me,
Replied
the Spectre,
bluntly.
the criminals that terrorized the other settlement, they've been here too?
Yes, sir.
The man answered.
Said they'd be back tonight, too.
I've come to help, to do away with those that would inflict justice on the innocent.
SCP-4494 explained in his typically dramatic cadence.
You call them slivers, yes?
Well, they call themselves that,
The sharpshooter said.
on account of their choice in outfits. They look ridiculous, but they've covered their protective clothing in slivers of metal and glass. That way they're not only protected from light, but their clothes reflected back at other people too.
Dastardly villains taking advantage of what has befallen the sun. The Spectre,
Cursed the bandits.
why are they yet to pillage your settlement? You said they intended to return?
Well, that's what they threatened earlier. A lot of them have been ransacking any settlement they can't shake down. They showed up here in their stupid sparkling outfits and demanded we hand over a half of all of our food, water, and antibiotics. They call it their sunshine tax. According to them, if we didn't meet their demands, they'd destroy the town. We didn't know to take them seriously until we saw the fire over there on the horizon. For a moment,
The Spectre,
fell silent. His cloak had slowed, waving gently now the winds had died down. But in contrast, his anger had never been higher.
Who are you anyway, mister? The sharpshooter asked. Never got your name.
my name is the Spectre, a name these vagabonds will soon know well. For tonight, they will pay the price for their crimes.
No offense, Mr. Spectre, but look around. World's gone to hell, ain't no justice anymore. What price are you expecting to make them pay?
Simple.
SCP-4494 answered.
The price is they now have to face me.
An hour later, the settlement was quiet. The sharpshooter was still at his post, scanning the area nearby for signs of movement. Sure enough, he spotted something. A group of figures approaching, the moonlight glinting off their metallic outfits, revealing their position as they drew closer and closer to the makeshift town. The slivers were coming, but there would be something else waiting for them when they made their way into the settlement. The other settlers were awake, despite how late it was, wearing their protective layers and peeking through cracked doors. only to slam them shut as the glimmering gang crossed the threshold into their ramshackle home. The slivers whooped and jeered, brandishing weapons and threatening the settlers to show themselves before the bandits would break into their shacks and do to them what they'd done to their neighbors at the other town. But as one of the slivers approached the door of a shack and began pounding his boot against the metal door, something reached out of the shadows and grabbed him. In fact, it wasn't coming from the shadows. It was the shadows. Fists shrouded in darkness struck the remorseless raider. Even with the protective layers covering his face, the sliver could feel himself being bruised by the beating. The specter struck once more, knocking the wrongdoer unconscious and wrenching the reflective metals from his outfit, shattering them underfoot. The other slivers panicked, one drawing a handgun and firing. The shots were useless. All they did was illuminate the silhouette of a dark-cloaked figure walking closer and closer, ready to make them suffer for their crimes. It was dusk by the time the Spectre had beaten the group of bandits, stripping them of their distinctive reflective pieces. Each one of the slivers had been beaten into submission, suffering broken ribs, black eyes, and missing teeth. With the danger over, the sharpshooter and the other settlers had emerged from their hiding places, all eager to weigh in on how best to punish the bandits. Many yelled that they should be strung up without their protective gear so that the sun melted them into an SCP-001-A. But the Spectre interjected, urging the settlers not to sink to the level of the criminals they had been harassed by. Instead, he turned to the defeated slivers. "Turn over half of your food, water, and medical supplies to these people," SCP-4494 demanded in a frighteningly calm voice. "Then leave, walk into these wastes, and don't come back." The slivers agreed and fled, running as fast as they could away from the town. "Why'd you let them go?" the sharpshooter asked. "These are uncertain times," the Spectre replied, noticing the sun was creeping over the horizon. It'd be time for him to go soon. "In the face of hardship, it can be easy to lose our way. Justice has always been blind, not blinded by the sunlight, but blind to prevent bias." The slivers might come back, though," the man said, adding, "if they can even survive with what you left them." "Maybe they'll live out there," SCP-4494 responded. "Then again, perhaps not. But they have a chance. That is justice. In a time without law, it's the best we can offer." "And if they carry on raiding folks?" "If they harm others, if they want to waste the chance they've been given, then that is their choice. But they know if they refuse to change, then they will answer to the Spectre." With that, the shadowy crime fighter walked away from the settlement. The unforgiving light of the sun made him fade as he sauntered off like an old gunslinger. But he would be back. As long as people needed saving, he would always be back. Want to own an SCP of your own? Go to scpswag.com for premium anomalous merchandise. Screams filled the cold night air, drowned out by the panicked gunshots and the vicious growl of something inhuman. A being from who knows where, a creature that the agents surrounding it were woefully underprepared to capture. General McCoy barks at the soldiers to concentrate their fire on the beast. His men, those who hadn't already fallen, turned and trained their guns on the creature. Squeezing their trigger fingers, bullets spewed out of their weapons, a hail of gunfire that sped towards their target, only to miss as it suddenly vanished from the spot it had been standing only a split second earlier. Their bullets passed through the thin air left in its wake, shredding several nearby trees. One of the men threw his gun to the ground, turned heel, and sprinted away as fast as he could. He hadn't known what he was signing on for when he was recruited by a shadowy up-and-coming organization. He'd just been flattered to be headhunted for his combat skill, and agreed to be one of the new organization's first field agents. If he'd known it would result in him facing off against a demon near a rural road in Guatemala, then he would have stayed in the regular military. The fleeing agent suddenly stopped in his tracks, instantly feeling sick. It was the most indescribable type of sickness, worse than any he had ever felt in his entire life. He dropped to the ground, his pants from running away replaced with heaves as his entire body seemed to have suddenly turned against him. His head was burning. At first he thought he'd run too fast too quickly, and was overheating underneath his military fatigues and helmet. but he was no slouch, recruited for being in peak physical condition such as he was. Never in his life had the agent ever felt this bad. The heat from his forehead was unbearable, a fever running rampant as his vision began to blur. Everything was spinning, that unsettling imbalance that comes with severe nausea rapidly taking hold of the fallen agent. Then the monster came back. Through unfocused eyes, he looked up at the tall, featureless face of the creature as it looked down at him. He was helpless, hurling and shuddering, barely able to stand. If someone had brought a Geiger counter with them, it would be ticking loudly and frequently if they held it near the agent. And that, somehow, was about to be the least of his problems. The creature opened up its mouth, the only facial feature that occupied its head. Past its few remaining teeth was a milky blue orb, the same thing that had been visible right before the creature itself wasn't. As the agent, from his place on the ground, caught sight of the pale eyeball in the monster's throat, something started pulling his body in on itself. It was like falling, except gravity was acting on different parts of his body at different speeds at different times. His arms and legs folded inwards towards his center of mass, making the agent scream out in pain as his body collapsed. He folded into himself like origami, piece by agonizing piece, until there was nothing left. Hearing the man scream, General McCoy and the others broke through the tree line, flashlight beams illuminating the creature. The general yelled again for his men to shoot it, trying to hide his fear with animal rage. It snarled at them as they raised their guns once more, then leaped towards them, ready for another kill. In the years to come, the successors to these men and their fallen colleagues would be the world's foremost experts in situations like this. The capture and containment of anomalies would one day be a more streamlined process rather than the bloodbath currently unfolding in the small Guatemalan town. Dying at the hands of what locals had thought to be a demon were some of the earliest precursors to the SCP Foundation. Humble beginnings, indeed. The creature was eventually captured by the early precursor version of what would one day be the SCP Foundation. At this time in their history, the organization had far fewer resources and reach than they would one day have at their disposal. They didn't even have the SCP numerical designation system that has since become synonymous with the organization and the various anomalies they keep contained. As a result, this so-called demon was originally classified as number 86243AR-001. However, it would later be known as SCP-001, or one of the anomalies to share that designation at least. SCP-001 itself was an abnormally thin humanoid creature. With gray-brown skin, its emaciated bone and muscle structure didn't match any known species. It sported dark claws at the tips of its arms, with both legs terminating in similar sharp black points rather than paws or feet. Most striking was its face, or rather, its lack of one. The creature's head was spherical, with a lipless mouth reaching halfway around its circumference. Within was a maw of 21 teeth, each spaced randomly apart, and either chipped, broken, or rotting. It possessed one eye, or what was at least believed to be an eye, in the form of a large milky blue sphere in its throat, with no pupil or iris. As was discovered in initial testing by Dr. Herman Keter, for whom the ubiquitous Keter class designation was named, SCP-001 was able to create micro-singularities using its single milky blue eye. It could deploy these as a means of teleporting itself out of harm's way, or for offensive attacks that could cause a human body to collapse in on itself. These singularities often also produced the nasty side effect of emitting lethal amounts of deadly radiation that could not only cause damage to the surrounding area, but also would fatally poison anyone nearby. As a result, it is believed one of these micro-singularities was responsible for the untimely death of Dr. Keter. However, Keter's research into SCP-001 was at least able to produce solutions for keeping it contained. It was discovered that SCP-001 could not teleport through lead and would display signs of extreme sickness and fear when exposed to high levels of heat and humidity or bright flashing lights. Strobe lights were used to induce this sickened state, and in this state, the creature was unable to form harmful singularities. Dr. Ketter's death also ushered in the aforementioned creation of the Keter class designation for anomalous creatures or artifacts that are extraordinarily tough to keep safely contained. In fact, if any of this account is to be believed, the very discovery and capture of SCP-001 was the impetus for the entire SCP Foundation's approach to researching and containing anomalies. In the days before the likes of Dr. Kondraki or Dr. Clef, before infamous anomalies such as SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile, or SCP-096, the Shy Guy, were even known about, things were, well, pretty uneventful for the newly formed Foundation, as you can probably imagine. But none exemplified this better than Harold Woodhue, an uninteresting man living an uneventful life, or as uneventful as one could get when their job was working for the Foundation. During this crucial period of the SCP Foundation's early history, as the Anomalous Research and Containment Organization was taking its first steps towards protecting the people of the world, Harold was finding himself bored already with his work. Harold was a senior archivist at a small site in Sloth's Pit, Wisconsin. This was before the Foundation had secret facilities situated all over the world, and even the infamous Site-19 as it is today had yet to be established. For now, it was known only as ADRX-19, the oldest Foundation site on record. And records were Harold's entire working life. He was in charge of maintaining the earliest reports of anomalous activity and the inner workings of the fledgling Foundation. One day, Harold received a letter from ADRX-19. Unfamiliar with the designation, he ran a check through the records and discovered that the site had been established before the Foundation had even gotten its name. The letter contained an update for the senior archivist. Having grown obsolete in its own age, ADRX-19 was being closed for good, and that meant all of the anomalous entities and objects stored there would soon be shipped off to be stored elsewhere. The first package arrived at the site Harold was stationed at not long after. He walked briskly out to meet the delivery officer as he wheeled the large wooden crate through the bay doors. It didn't take the archivist long to realize what exactly he had now been given the ownership of and charged with protecting. The crate even came complete with relevant case files to accompany it. Stamped on one side of the box was a series of numbers and letters that shocked Harold when he read them. SCP-001. He exchanged a confused look with the man who had delivered the anomaly, who just laughed when he saw Harold's expression.
"You didn't hear?" he asked. "SCP-001 is dead."
The creature's death had come on the heel of a number of significant changes made by the Foundation higher-ups. These decisions were ultimately both the direct result of the encounter with SCP-001 in Guatemala, and were also changes that would ultimately shape the Foundation into its modern iteration. The first of these was the introduction of the numerical designation system, providing each anomaly with an SCP number. Formerly designated as number 86243AR-001, the creature that was captured and researched by Dr. Keter was announced to be reclassified as SCP-001-COG. Originally, the number attached to each SCP denoted the order in which they were encountered by the Foundation. However, the Overseer Council believed this posed a security risk, offering too much information about their operations to any potential adversaries. As a result, the use of SCP-001 designation started to be applied in a slightly different way. A number of anomalies were then grouped under the umbrella designation of SCP-001. Some of these were real anomalies, and amongst the earliest that the Foundation encountered. Others were entirely fake, and used as a cover for the real SCP-001. Nobody, not even within the Foundation itself, was ever told exactly how many files fell under the SCP-001 umbrella, or indeed, which was the real one. The anomalies included the Gate Guardian, a towering colossus of pure energy wielding a flaming sword, believed to be the biblical angel guarding the Garden of Eden; the Scarlet King, an extra-dimensional tyrant that longs to conquer our reality; a group of 36 individuals capable of neutralizing anomalies. Even the SCP Foundation itself is considered one potential SCP-001. And among them is also the creature from Guatemala, otherwise known as the Prototype. The same creature whose inhuman bones were now in a box before Harold. The senior archivist had long heard legends about what exactly SCP-001 might be. It was a question often whispered among Foundation staff who were curious what the first anomaly might be, but didn't have the security clearance to know the truth. Rumors spread that SCP-001 was more powerful than any other anomalies in Containment, that the capture or discovery of it was either the reason for the Foundation ever forming, or it was one of their greatest failures, meant to be kept their closest guarded secret. Something far too terrible to comprehend. You might think that now being presented with an answer would give Harold relief. So many wonders and haunting queries about SCP-001 were put to rest. But instead, as he opened up the wooden crate and looked at the pile of strange bones inside, it had the opposite effect. None of it was the interesting answer that Harold and many others had hoped for. If anything, it was a huge disappointment. All that speculation surrounding the mystery of SCP-001. What it was, where it had come from, why it was kept so secret. Was this the answer? It was just the first thing that the SCP Foundation had put into a box. According to the Foundation's own internal reports, the prototype monster had been found lying still in its containment chamber during a routine inspection. It wasn't moving at all. Even armed guards couldn't get a reaction from the creature. The anomaly wasn't breathing, its heart having slowed to a stop. Little was known about the creature's biology, but even then, nothing could be done to resuscitate it. As far as anyone could tell, the anomaly known as SCP-001-COG had died of old age, after exhibiting movement that got gradually slower and weaker, and even less hostile behavior over the course of the previous decade since its initial capture. But yet Harold was still dissatisfied with the knowledge that this was SCP-001. He became fixated on the case surrounding it. Studying the files he was charged with moving to storage, he learned of the few ways the creature's discovery had influenced the early Foundation. For example, the death of Dr. Keter being the reason for the use of Keter class in their terminology. Still, that didn't feel nearly as important as Harold and others had speculated that SCP-001 would be. There had to be something more to it, and for weeks following the arrival of the creature's bones, Harold could not stop thinking about it. Something about all this didn't sit right with him. The secrecy that the Foundation shrouded SCP-001 in seemed like overkill for just a monster. The organization had seen far worse than the likes of the prototype in the many years since. At the time, perhaps it had seemed like the most dangerous anomaly the Foundation had encountered. If it really was the first, then technically at that time, it would have been the most dangerous if there were no others to compare it to. One night, Harold ventured into the archive and opened up the box containing the creature's bones using a crowbar. He had to know, had to understand exactly what was so important about this being. Cracking the wooden crate open, he removed the skull to examine it. The Foundation hadn't even had a chance to figure out what exactly the creature was, or where it had originated from. All they knew was it could produce microsingularities and lethal doses of radiation. Beyond that, the only other details came from the Guatemalan locals who had encountered it first. They had called it a demon. Perhaps it was. The Foundation would never know for certain. And it seemed to Harold that they didn't care to know now that SCP-001 was dead, and didn't seem to care much before then either. They were more than happy to just discard it. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was meant to be something important about the creature. Harold couldn't help it. The whispers surrounding SCP-001 all indicated it was meant to be something more significant than a cast-aside pile of bones. The underwhelming reality he was being presented with didn't match the idea of SCP-001. Harold examined the skull closely in his hands, turning it around and around as he tried to maybe spot something. Some important detail that everyone else in the Foundation had failed to notice, or some of the puzzle that would explain what was so important about this creature, and yet, the more he looked, the less he learned. Alas, poor SCP-001, he said aloud, paraphrasing Hamlet. Of course, what Harold didn't know, didn't possess the clearance to know, was that this wasn't the only SCP-001. Maybe the Foundation's lack of interest in the creature's remains was all part of their plan to keep the real SCP-001 a secret. Where Harold only saw a box of bones and a disappointing answer to so many burning questions, the SCP Foundation saw their system working exactly as intended. MTF agents scramble through the crowd of bloodthirsty, hypnotized festival goers. Up on the stage, a pair of living statues hold down a screaming man. as they produce medieval instruments of torture from an antique case. Maybe this time the agents can stop it. Maybe they can prevent all the horror and bloodshed. But one thing stands in their way. A man-sized, cartoonish dove costume flying down towards them, wielding a large wooden mallet that would only bring death and destruction. Needless to say, even by Foundation standards, this one is going to be weird. When you found yourself sought out by the SCP Foundation's recruitment division and offered a role in the research department, they made sure to inform you of the risks. After all, a workplace injury in this line of work might be far more serious than slipping on a wet floor or developing carpal tunnel from typing all day. Working within the ranks of the Foundation, you could be the unfortunate victim of any number of dangerous anomalies, whether it's SCP-096 appearing behind you after you accidentally caught a glimpse of it as a single pixel in a photo, or if you were in the wrong place at the wrong time whenever SCP-682 next broke out, then chances are you'd be receiving an early redundancy and a closed casket service, if there's even enough of you left to bury. It is the one thing you never want to happen, the scenario you're constantly warned about from the moment you join the Foundation, a containment breach. Anything can be the cause of an anomaly breaking free of containment and spreading untold chaos in the process. Whether it's the result of a particularly cantankerous SCP that doesn't take kindly to being locked up, an act of earnest human error with disastrous consequences, or even international sabotage enacted by a group of interests trying to seize anomalies for their own purposes. There is no telling when or where a containment breach might occur, or is there? Despite all the resources at their disposal, specialized facilities spanning the globe, advanced technology, and a nearly inexhaustible supply of personnel to contain SCPs, the Foundation still manages to suffer catastrophic casualties as a result of containment breaches. But surely, if they're so well equipped, such breaches should be almost impossible, right? Well, yes. So what causes them? What if every containment breach, all the loss of life, the further spread of anomalies, and the destruction of Foundation property incurred was all caused by an SCP? Not a living entity, mind you, more some kind of latent anomalous phenomenon that triggers containment breaches without warning. The prevailing theory surrounding this phenomenon is even itself considered to be an SCP within its own right, referred to as SCP-001. Of course, as many of those well-versed in the history and practices of the SCP Foundation will already know, SCP-001 is a designation shared by a number of anomalies. Some are believed to actually exist, while others are speculated to just be falsified covers created to mask the real SCP-001. From beings such as the Gate Guardian and the Scarlet King, to the existence of God's blind spot and even the Foundation itself, each of these SCP-001s are nicknamed after the Foundation researcher who proposed them for the designation, and often considered to be some of the first, if not the very first anomalies ever encountered, or at least documented. In that regard, this SCP-001, Plague's proposal, could well be one of the very first latent anomalies to exist, explaining why so many SCPs were uncontained prior to the Foundation being established, and why even now, with all their resources, containment breaches are still a worryingly frequent occurrence. There are multiple anomalies that appear to have been directly affected by SCP-001, at least according to the research of one of the Foundation's directors, Director Legg. While he might be drawing conclusions and seeing patterns where there aren't any to speak of, Legg reasons that the circumstances of these specific recorded containment breaches seem to indicate that SCP-001 was at fault. The first of these incidences Director Legg focuses on in his research is also the one we'll be focusing on for the remainder of this video. It is designated as SCP-001-1. SCP-001-1 previously went under the designation of SCP-5770 and is an annual anomalous event that occurs in the Piazza della Signora in Florence, Italy. The event consists of an unscheduled festival that goes on for a period of 10 days, wherein anyone present within a 10-kilometer range of the affected area suffers a mind-altering effect that compels them to attend the festival. However, SCP-001-1 is not a well-documented, long-running festival of great cultural significance to the people of Florence. Neither is it an event that is widely advertised. Yet those who have experienced the psychic draw of this anomalous festival are driven to attendance. During the course of SCP-001-1, two anomalous entities that resemble the statues created by Michelangelo during the Renaissance will host a show where they take to the stage to judge people they deem to be sinners. This pair of statue creatures will call upon the audience and bring those they've designated sinners up onto the stage with them, and will then enact makeshift, grueling punishments. These have been noted to resemble the acts depicted in Dante Alighieri's Inferno. So if you ever need any further proof of how hellish these punishments are, we recommend asking an art expert. The moment that SCP-001-1 ceases and the festival comes to a close, any and all in attendance are subject to yet another form of anomalous mental alteration, and will proceed to instantly forget the event. Any of the horrific tortures performed on stage becomes unknown to those that directly witnessed it, leaving them unaware of anything that occurred only moments prior. So given the Foundation's extensive knowledge of this festival, its gruesome proceedings, and the effects it has on those in attendance, you might be forgiven for expecting them to have a fairly well-established method of keeping the event contained, presumably setting up a cordon to keep attendance out of the area, administering amnestics to any that might have been affected by SCP-001-1's anomalous mind-altering. But then, you remember SCP-001, the theory behind what could be the cause of containment breaches. As a result, the Foundation has still been unable to establish containment of the event formerly known as SCP-5770, and Director Legg's research has tied this issue with containment to SCP-001. Hence, the festival's redesignation to SCP-001-1. Following the initial discovery of an anomalous annual occurrence in the city of Florence in 1985, the SCP Foundation's head researcher, assigned to what was then known as SCP-5770, was one Joseph Pasqua, former site director at Site-322. Pasqua was, according to the incidents recorded on the Foundation's own database, somehow manipulated by one of the anomalous statue creatures that performed the show during occurrences of SCP-5770. It was thanks to the influence of this entity that Joseph Pasqua deserted his post at the Foundation and went into hiding. The fact that the influence of one of the performers of this festival was able to extend its influence to a senior member of the Foundation was not only troubling, but also constituted a containment breach. Pasqua would later be tracked down by Foundation agents operating in and around Italy. He was discovered 30 years later after his desertion in Vatican City as a member of the Papal Conclave, a specially selected group of Catholic cardinals that are charged with electing a new pope. If the former site director was still being influenced by the statue creatures, it is highly likely that he spent the previous 3 decades climbing the ranks of the Catholic Church, potentially to install a new pope at the behest of the entities responsible for conducting the torture of the Florence Festival. Another recorded incident of a containment breach surrounding the event that seemed to lend credence to the existence of SCP-001, the anomalous cause of breaches, occurred the year following SCP-5770's discovery. In 1986, the Foundation was observing the proceedings of the festival as part of their ongoing investigation into its bizarre nature. On site were agents of Mobile Task Force Zeta-66, better known under their unit's codename of the Guardian Angels. During the festival, MTF Zeta-66 operatives noticed the presence of a previously unknown entity associated with the anomalous event. The Foundation was already aware of the pair of seemingly living Michelangelo sculptures, designating them as SCP-5770-1 and SCP-5770-2 respectively. This third entity, despite being given the designation of SCP-5770-3, had its own preferred identification for itself. The being referred to itself as God's Strongest Soldier and resembled a mascot costume of a dove. Approximately 2 meters tall, this creature's body was entirely hollow. There was nothing within the costume. The costume was its body. The responding agent of MTF Zeta-66, codenamed Zeta Turquoise, was the first to confront God's Strongest Soldier and was greeted with quite the opener.
Tweedly-dee, tweedly-da, God's Strongest Soldier is my name, getting rid of sin is my game.
Confused at the creature's demeanor and presence, Zeta Turquoise called in a report to command, stating that a large birdman was harassing random attendants of the festival. When Turquoise moved in to confront SCP-5770-3, the creature repeated its assertion that it was God's strongest soldier, and that its aim was to get people into heaven. The agent requested that God's strongest soldier get out of his way. He had a job to do, but the bizarre Birdman responded with more whimsical nonsense.
Burger, sandwich, fruit, and fries, you just told a big fat lie!
God's strongest soldier proclaimed.
Twiddly-deep-doo-da, diddly-deep-dop-da, pa-pa-da-pa-da-da.
Upon Zeta Turquoise's attempt to push past the creature, SCP-5770-3 produced an oversized wooden mallet, seemingly from out of thin air. It then wound its arms back and immediately, viciously, struck the MTF agent. A low-orbit Foundation satellite reported not long after that an object had been detected exiting the Earth's stratosphere. Analysis confirmed that it was, indeed, Zeta Turquoise. Yes, he was literally yeeted into Earth's orbit by a cartoonishly large wooden mallet. As for the entity known as God's strongest soldier, the bird-like creature then proceeded to attack the other members of Mobile Task Force Zeta-66 in a similar fashion, making sure they got to heaven in every sense of the phrase. With multiple recorded instances of containment breaches occurring in relation to the festival in Florence, and happening so frequently, more and more evidence of Director Legge's theory about SCP-001 was being validated. In 1988, the Foundation attempted a different, more pacifistic approach to containing the annual celebration by attempting to cordon off the entrance to the area of Florence where those compelled to attend the festival usually congregated. There was additionally a cover story issued to the public, stating that this was done as a quarantine measure to keep residents away from an area hosting a potentially dangerous infection. For a time, this seemed to be working. The streets were quiet, local residents seemed to be going about their business and paying little mind to the Foundation operatives in the area. That is, until the mind-altering effects of SCP-001-1 took hold. A mass of people, estimated to be over 100,000 Florentines, charged towards the cordon-off area. This mass of people swept through like a tidal wave breaking through a dam, causing Foundation personnel to be trampled alive. Those that survived the initial rush were attacked by civilians, in what seemed to be a coordinated effort to reach the gatherings area for the festival. All Foundation agents in the area were terminated in short order, mercilessly slaughtered and then cannibalized before anything that remained of their bodies was dumped into the Arno River nearby. As well as being evidence of the sheer mental alteration the statue creatures and the festival itself were capable of. For Director Legge, this seemed to indicate something further. If an anomaly, SCP-001, was truly responsible for all containment breaches, allowing them to occur in spite of the measures taken to prevent such things happening, then the phenomenon seemed to be occurring specifically to prevent the Foundation from achieving containment of certain SCPs. Legge's theory developed with every passing breach that involved SCP-001-1. In theory, the festival should be an average Tuesday for Foundation staff, a relative walk in the park in order to contain it, if not outright stop it from happening at all. Yet despite all their resources, manpower, and expertise in all things anomalous, the Foundation had been thwarted at every turn. Despite how illogical such occurrences seemed, containment breaches were still occurring at an alarming rate, and perhaps none more so than in relation to SCP-001. The following year, 1989, brought with it the most inexplicable breach yet, and further proof for Director Legge's theory about SCP-001. While the previous breaches were undoubtedly anomalous in nature, each always carrying with the possibility that somehow, despite the low odds, the Foundation missed something. Some human error or previously undiscovered information about the festival could have led to Pasqua's alteration, or the arrival of God's strongest soldier. But this time, it was undeniably that a force beyond the scope of the Foundation's understanding was altering reality to prevent them from containing the festival in Florence. An invisible barrier manifested at every entry point to the main area of the anomalous event. Whenever a member of Foundation personnel tried to get in on foot, those that attempted to access the festival area via rappelling out of helicopters instantly caught ablaze and burned to death the moment they touched down on the ground. Any helicopter transports also crashed on their return journey to Site 322, and God's strongest soldier was seen trampling on the wreckage before flapping its arms and flying away. It was following this incident that Legge was promoted to position of Site Director for Site 322 as a replacement for Joseph Pasqua, who was still missing at this time. The newly appointed director was yet to devise his theory that there existed an anomalous cause for all containment breaches. However, during his introductory briefing, he was presented with the file regarding SCP-5770 and the various examples of it not only being uncontainable, but being very good at not being contained. Director Legg asked if some of the more standard methods had been attempted. At this point, the Foundation had tried aerial bombardments of the festival, Scranton reality anchors to counteract whatever anomalous force was preventing containment, even using SCP-682 to clear the area. It had all failed. Figuring out why was now Director Legg's job. All the information of previously failed attempts to contain the festival led Legg to the conclusion that SCP-001 must exist, an unseen phenomenon, the missing piece of the puzzle, the element specifically interfering with the Foundation's efforts. He presented his proposal to the Overseer Council, who were skeptical, to say the least. They posited that the statues and bird mascot creature might be smarter than the latter's outwardly cartoonish nature portrayed. But this is exactly what, to Director Legg, indicated SCP-001 was responsible. He explained that all in attendance at SCP-5770's festival took the event seriously, but the appearance of God's strongest soldier was an abnormality, whose demeanor and tone were drastically different from the rest of the rather cutthroat proceedings. Director Legg explained that the sheer absurdity of this creature seemed to be the result of SCP-001 interfering with their operations. After all, if some other cause was to blame, like an unknown cult attacking Foundation personnel when they attempted to contain the festival, then there would be evidence of that. And Legg would have no reason to suspect that God's strongest soldier was anything more than just a tonally dissonant part of the festival. Of course, Director Legg couldn't prove the existence of SCP-001 based on the presence of one cartoonish bird mascot at a festival. But before long, more and more breaches would start occurring that seemed to further prove that Legg was onto something. There was something else at work, causing containment breaches that put the entirety of the Foundation in jeopardy. When the sun rose on that fateful day, Jerry Marks had been one of the lucky ones. He worked in a mine, deep underground, at the edge of a small town in the rural United States, which meant he didn't see what happened when day broke, when the light of the sun ravaged the earth. The first Jerry heard about it was when his son Kyle came racing into the mine, frantically tapping his dad's shoulder to get his attention. He'd run all the way from their tiny homestead under a fireproof blanket, thick and long enough to block the sunlight from touching any part of Kyle's skin. His older sister, Jerry's daughter Carly, hadn't been so lucky. Caught by the light, her body had turned to the consistency of warm candle wax, melting into a form that barely resembled human anymore. Jerry had been one of a handful of others working late in the mines that day. A few thought that young Kyle had made the whole story up and ventured up to the surface and into the light, only to meet the same twisted fate. The light morphed their bodies into monstrosities, anyone in the small rural community becoming an amorphous mass of human flesh. Eventually, those that stayed behind in the mine heard the voices of their loved ones, their wives, husbands, children, all calling out to them from outside. They promised that nothing was wrong, that it was a lovely sunny day outside, and the mine workers should clock out to come and enjoy it. More of them left, reassured by hearing their families that all was well, and once more, none of them were seen again. Only Jerry and Kyle were left, and it stayed that way for several months. The father and son had to adapt to life underground, only leaving the mine to forage for food, and only while wearing thick, dirty mining overalls, making sure not a single millimeter of skin was on display. If the sunlight touched them, they'd never make it back alive. Venturing out of the mine in his overalls, Jerry had seen the shuffling melted mass that had once been the townsfolk. He did his best to avoid it as he went house to house, making sure it never saw him while he raided cupboards and refrigerators. But he could see it, and among the blobs of bodies blended together, he saw something that resembled his daughter. It turned his stomach, not just knowing but actually witnessing what had happened to her. And it was made all the worse on the days that Carly called out to him and Kyle while they hid in the mine. It was clearly her voice, but there was something wrong about it. Perhaps knowing that she was a part of the melted monstrosity made it easier to resist her trying to coax them out into the light. It had almost been an entire year of life spent underground when Jerry and Kyle encountered their first actual human beings since all the other workers had left the mine. The pair that arrived were strange, wearing protective suits that covered them both head to toe. Just like Jerry and Kyle had quickly realized, these two were aware that not even the tiniest hint of the sun's unforgiving light could be allowed to reach them. The two approached Jerry and Kyle, seemingly coming in peace, although the father and son remained cautious of the newcomers. Making sure they were deep enough in the mine to avoid the sunlight at the stony entrance, the pair of them revealed their faces, confirming they were still fully human, before introducing themselves as Researcher Worth and Sergeant Booker of the SCP Foundation. Sitting down with Jerry, Worth explained what had really happened. He had been working for an organization that contained and studied anomalous creatures and phenomena, the Foundation. Booker had been a member of a special armed unit within the same establishment, or a mobile task force. But now the SCP Foundation itself had fallen, with a number of its own personnel turned into more of the amorphous fleshy creatures in the sunlight. "We spent a lot of years keeping all this from the public," Worth admitted, sounding guilty, but implying the choice was out of his hands. "But I don't suppose there's any point in secrets anymore. It's the sun, you see, Mr. Marks."
You can call me Jerry," he interrupted.
"Sorry, Jerry," Worth corrected himself. "But something happened to the sun. It changed, decimated the entire planet in barely any time at all. I mean, all those people, millions, billions, all at once. Dear God." Worth took a moment as the existential dread of it all once again caught up with him. "It turned out the biggest anomaly was right above us," Booker continued for him. She sounded a lot more stoic, even a little coldly detached from it all. SCP-001, that's what the Foundation called it.
"Is there a way to reverse it, or cure the people that the sunlight, changes?"
Jerry asked, thinking of Carly. "You mean SCP-001-A? No, I'm sorry, Jerry, there's nothing we can do," the researcher said, failing to sound as recomposed as he pretended to be. "Your daughter is gone, but at least you still have your—" Worth paused, looking around at the mine. Even in the low light, there was no sign of Kyle. Jerry turned to scan the area. To his horror, his son had seemed to have vanished while they were talking. Instantly, panic caused him to think that Kyle had wandered out of the mine and into the sunlight, turning into part of what Worth had called SCP-001-A. But the boy would have had to walk past Jerry to start heading that direction. Plus, the father knew his son was far too scared to go outside after seeing what the son had done to Carly. Booker had a tactical bag filled with equipment, flashlights, spare batteries, even flares for whenever the power in those ran out. And both working and living in the mine so long, Jerry had maps, knew certain routes through the deep network of tunnels almost by heart. Between them, the three had enough to mount a search for the missing boy. Keeping together, they traversed away from the first of several large chambers, down into the dark depths of the mine.
"Kyle!"
his father yelled, his voice echoing through the tunnel.
"Kyle, buddy, it's Dad! You there?"
Walking behind him, Researcher Worth and Sergeant Booker parroted the calls, assuring the missing boy that they didn't mean him or Jerry any harm. As the trio walked deeper and deeper, they began to venture into a portion of the mine that had hardly been used by the workers. It was darker than the areas further up, while those had rows of electric lamps powered by long cables attached to generators. Down here, the only light came from the flashlights the group carried.
"Kyle, come on out!"
Jerry called out for his son again.
"This isn't the time to split up. We need to stick together. Come on, son, I'm really worried here."
Once again, there was no answer. Just then, Jerry caught the sight of Booker and Worth out of the corner of his eye. Both of them knew a lot about SCP-001, and the mine worker couldn't help the suspicion that added to his perception of them. After all, Kyle had never run off before now, and Jerry couldn't help but think, while his attention had been turned, that the pair of Foundation personnel had taken his son. "Dad?" a voice suddenly called out. Jerry's head spun on a swivel at the sound of Kyle calling for him. "Dad, where are you?" It echoed through the tunnel again.
"That's him!"
Jerry exclaimed to the other two.
"Which way did they come from?"
"Straight ahead, it sounds like," Booker replied. "Hold on," Worth interjected. "I think you two should look at this." The beam from his flashlight was pointed at the rocky floor of the tunnel. Something was gleaming wet against the stone, a large smear of red, like something had been dragged in the direction Kyle's voice was coming from.
"Oh God, he could be hurt,"
Jerry said urgently. "Hurt might not be the right word, I'm afraid, Jerry," the researcher said solemnly. "There's a lot of blood here, too much."
"All the more reason to go further and find where he's calling from,"
the father retorted angrily. "That's if it is the kid that's actually calling us,"
Booker replied, her and Worth exchanging a worried glance at each other. You two know something, don't you? Jerry demanded. Does that thing from the outside, does it have my son too? Dad? Another voice called. Jerry froze, his blood as cold as the mine tunnel he stood in. He hadn't heard that voice in almost a year, but recognized it immediately. It was Carly, his daughter. It seemed impossible. He knew she had been merged into part of SCP-001-A when day broke, but now she was somehow calling out to Jerry. Her voice sounded clearer, like it had used to before she changed, and she wasn't trying to lure her father out into the sunlight either. For a moment, it seemed to Jerry like his daughter had somehow come back. Dad, we're both over here, Carly's voice called again. We need your help, Kyle's stuck. Who's that? Booker whispered. That's Carly, Jerry sniffed, holding back tears. You said your daughter became a part of SCP-001-A, Worth pointed out. Maybe she got better, the father asked hopefully. I hate to say it, but that's definitely not her, Sergeant Booker replied. We should turn back now if there's an anomaly in these tunnels. That's not going to be pretty for any of us, she added, turning to Worth. What? Jerry yelled. What do you mean by that? Look, buddy, those aren't your children, the MTF agent said bluntly. It sounded like SCP-001-A got them. No, the voices are too clear, Worth replied. I think something else is in here. Before Jerry could explode with anger at how uninterested both Foundation personnel seemed at the fate of his children, another sound was heard. Footsteps, something shuffling closer, patting its feet on the stone. There was a low growl that filled the tunnel, as whatever it was came closer still. Dad? The voice of Carly repeated, sounding only a few feet away now. Where are you, Dad? Kyle's voice immediately followed it. Behind came the sound of Booker striking a flare. As it erupted into a plume of light and heat, she threw it down the tunnel, and there they were. Not Jerry's children, but instead a pair of nightmarish creatures. They backed away from the flare slightly, but the light still illuminated their blood-red forms, walking on all fours like wolves. The creatures' elongated heads were missing any eyes, just jaws filled with rows of sharp, red fangs. Dad, came Kyle's voice again, emanating from one of the monsters. It was mimicking Jerry's son, both of his kids. Even having seen SCP-001-A at a distance, the father could barely believe his eyes. 939s! Booker yelled the second her flare illuminated them. Run! She pulled a sidearm and opened fire, the bang of each shot ringing loudly through the tunnel. The pair of 939s pounced at her while Jerry and Worth turned to run back the way they had come. As the creatures attacked, the echoes of the gunfire were replaced with blood-curdling screams. What the hell are those things? Jerry yelled in a panic. SCP-939, researcher Worth panted. Too much to explain. They're pack hunters and they're vicious. What about Kyle and Carly? I heard their voices. That's what those monsters do. They mimic human speech to draw us out. We're their prey. There's no telling how long they've been down here. They might have retreated to the mine to avoid the sun on the surface, Worth yelled. The sound of the SCP-939s getting closer were catching up, right on Jerry and Worth's heels. Why would they come down here for? The mine worker huffed, slightly ahead of the researcher given his slightly stronger physique. To escape the sunlight, Worth replied. SCP-939s hate His sentence was overtaken by a scream as one of the blood-red creatures caught Worth by the ankle, knocking him down and pulling him back to be devoured. Jerry didn't look back. He just kept running back through the tunnel. The sound of SCP-939 calling after him and Kyle and Carly's voices made it even harder not to stop and turn, even just for a second. But he reminded himself that if he stopped running, then he couldn't lure the creatures out of the mine and into the sunlight. It wasn't how he'd ever wanted to go out, but maybe that way Jerry would see his kids again. Now go and check out SCP-001 Can SCP-049 Finally Cure When Day Breaks? And SCP-001 When Day Breaks, SCP-682 for more horrifying When Day Breaks scenarios.